I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Mary Kay, roll call vote, please.
Dr. Dave Bardo,
Here.
Trina Borneman,
Here.
Dr. Noel Deep, Jill Maddock Nelson,
Here.
Kristen Matt Miller,
Here.
Andy Mary,
Here.
Danny Pyatt,
Here.
Angie Schreiber,
Here.
J.D. Schrader.
Okay, before we go into public comment, just want to remind everybody that whenever you are speaking, you come to the microphone at the podium and be sure to use the microphone so that way everybody that is watching by the internet can hear clearly who is speaking at the microphone. And same as the board members, please be sure that you speak into your microphones. Public participation shall be permitted before the board takes official action on any issue of substance. Attendees must register their intention to participate in public portion of the meeting. The sign-in book is down here on the front. If you haven't signed in and you wish to speak in the public comment, please do so quickly. Participants will be recognized by the presiding officer and be requested to preface their comments by stating your name. Each statement will be made by the participant shall be limited to 5 minutes duration, and Mary Kay will be our timekeeper to make sure that we stay within the 5 minutes. Okay? Having said that, let's move on to public comment. Somebody, thank you, Amy. Tim slacking.
Blame Tim. That's always good.
Okay, we have one person signed in tonight, and that is Juliana Boutnick.
So hard being short with this. Alrighty, hi. As you all know, I'm Juliana Boutnick. I spoke with you on the last board meeting discussing the 2022-2023 schedule. Just want to say thank you all for taking the motion to at least reconsider the early release. And as Dr. Sprague had pointed out last meeting, that does not necessarily include the 320 extended release because that was a different decision. Now, while you are reconsidering the schedule today, I urge you to take whatever actions you possibly can to try and also work for that extended release to be brought back to where it is right now with the 303. There's currently a petition that I started, not necessarily a legal petition, so don't get scared, just more to gauge support. And the title on that petition is to keep the current AHS schedule, and within the week it had over 300 signatures. And so I urge you to take whatever decisions you must take to try and keep as close to the current Antigo High School schedule as possible. Just to recap some of the issues that the extended release provides for us students, namely for our working students. For example, many local businesses have their schedules in the evenings set around their high school students if they have them employed. And as you know, college is very expensive and we need money to pay for that. So if we're going to be working, we'd like to not have our hours either cut or all lose our jobs because of it. And additionally, this is a farming community, so a lot of students who work on farms need the daylight, and so by cutting back the hours and having them have to start work at a later time in the evening, you are reducing the time that they can work. So, like I said, thank you very much for the motions you have already taken towards this, and thank you.
Thank you, Juliana, for coming up and speaking again for the student body and those that you have received those signatures from. Okay, there are no other persons signed in to speak. We'll move on to item number 2, new business. Letter A, board member meeting legislative report. Does anybody have anything they would like to report out on this?
I will just report that we had our board retreat. And I think it was Cheryl and Pat were there from WASB talking and covered a lot of material in the meeting. But the only thing I would report on is that at the end of the meeting, we started talking about board norms. And so they were trying to encourage us as a board to establish some norms. And we did talk about some norms there that we would like to establish, one of them being no surprises. I think that means no surprises from administration for the board, but it also goes the other way too. And so I think sometime as a board, we should decide if we want to, at some meeting, discuss board norms, or if we're just good winging it.
This past Wednesday, Dr. Bardo and I did meet with Dr. Sprague, and we talked about the board norms. And with all of the items on the agenda tonight, we came to the conclusion we're going to hold off that discussion to another later meeting. But we will talk about board norms in the
Okay,
future.
very good.
Yeah. Because we have a lot. Anybody else have anything to report on from legislative reports? Okay, moving on to item B, Committee of the Whole versus Committee Structure discussion. As you know, that during the election, the campaigning of the spring election, it was brought up on numerous times of restructuring from the Committee of the Whole, like tonight, to committee structure. So what we're going to do is we're just bringing this up to the board to talk about, to discuss, and no action will be taken tonight. This is just something for the board to consider, listen to some feedback from everybody. I know whenever I was elected onto the board in 2017, that's whenever we first had the committee structure, and in April, and then I believe it was August or September of 2017, it was voted to go to the Committee of the Whole structure. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong on that date. That's just what comes into my mind. So in order for us to go back to the committee structure, which we would probably develop 4 different committees like what we had in the past, committees such as Building and Grounds to work with Jake and his crew, Finance and Policy to work with Tim, and then Student Services to work with Heidi and her group in the office, and then Curriculum to work with Amy and her group. That would make up the 4 committees, and board members would be assigned to various committees to work on. So think about the committee versus Committee of the Whole structure. If you have something you'd like to discuss just briefly tonight, we can, but we'll dive into this and take a vote on this on the 28th at our meeting. Does anybody have anything you want to say regarding that right now?
Yeah, so I guess one of the things that I've been hearing over and over again is clear and honest communication, transparency, those kind of things, and that being really important to the community, it seems, and very important that we're clear and transparent. And I'm just wondering how, or if we need to come up with a plan to make sure that that is consistent if we would go to committee structure, because instead of having one meeting that people can come to or watch and hear all of the things going on, they would need to then be aware of all of the committee meetings. And I don't know if that would work for or against our goal of transparency. And I couldn't find the document, but I believe in the current goals that we have, that's one of them. So I just want to make sure that we're working towards, the current goals that we have and not against them. So I don't know. I'm just something to think about. If that's going to help transparency or if that's going to hinder it making more meetings. I don't know.
I would just like to say something. So I was on the board when we had committees, and there were some things I really liked about committees. So we had an instructional committee. We went more in depth into what was going on in the schools instruction-wise, and that was good. And I think a committee for student services, that would be good. The downside was, and it wasn't really a downside for me, I went to all the committee meetings because I like information and I don't like to come to the board meeting and, maybe the people who are on the curriculum committee are talking about something, but I really don't know. I either got to have you go through it all again or not. And I think that was the downfall of committees, that it kind of got to the point where we're all going to all the committee meetings because we all want the information. And so then you have the committee of the whole here. You know, last time we had a long committee of the whole meeting, but it was all in one night.
Right.
So,
Okay.
I think if, you know, if the board members that are on these committees work with the rest of the team members to come to the next meeting with the full board and present a in-depth presentation, I think maybe that would help answer a lot of the questions that you may have, and others may have. So I think that's something that maybe we should, you know, entertain doing as well is putting together, you know, working together to put together some kind of presentation that can be up on the screen so everybody at home can see it, as well as all the rest of the board members.
Okay, anybody else have anything you'd like to say?
Just to Trina's point, I think that maybe if we divide it up, people may be more likely to come because they'll come to what is important to them versus the whole meeting and not have the awkwardness of getting in and walking out when they are no longer having input. Just another point to consider.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else have anything you'd like to say? Sure, go ahead, Tim.
Danny, if I could direct my question to Andy. Andy, when we had the committee structure, do you recall what committees we had and when we adopted those committees? I mean, do you have any sense? I remember there were two. We called it instruction and operation. I don't remember, you know, it's been a long time since we've had four.
yeah, let's see, what is that, 10, 11 years ago? When I got on the board, there was just an instructional committee and an operational committee, and when I got on, the superintendent told me, you know, you'll be on the instructional committee because there's a lot to learn, and that's where you're going to learn a lot about what's going on in schools, and these other guys here like to make decisions about what kind of lawnmower we're buying. So that was fine with me. I really enjoyed being on the instructional committee. It was very informative.
I remember, I wasn't here back in the 70s, but I think there was 8 or 9 committees back then, but we're not doing that many committees. But I do remember, Tim, what you're saying, because I was part of the community coming to the meetings, and like Andy said, to a lot of the committee meetings, just to learn what was going on before declaring, desire to become a board member. And there was a lot of meetings. However, there was a lot of information at those meetings too, more than what we get at our committee of the whole meeting. So there's pros and cons to both sides, absolutely.
Yeah,
So-
I'm not thinking of just myself. If I get home late, my wife doesn't care too much. She assumes I didn't go somewhere else other than the board meeting.
Mine doesn't.
But I know for some of the other board members here, and I appreciate younger people being on the board, but I also appreciate that you got families that maybe they would care if you get home at some reasonable hour.
Right, right.
I guess, oh, sorry, go for it.
Oh, okay, thanks. I think that if we move to the committee structure, I think that would possibly shorten the following meeting, because maybe a lot of us would be able to answer the questions that we have, you know, from being in those committees. 'Cause I'm sure everybody knows I ask a lot of questions, and I look for a lot of data. And so, I mean, if I was on a committee structure, that would give me the opportunity to do that more in depth and actually answer and have a, you know, a relationship and a conversation with what, you know, I have questions about, so.
So knowing that we're going to do the strategic planning with the Donovan Group and we have those meetings set up, would it be, and I realize this is waiting a little bit, but would it be more beneficial to set our committee structure up after we have our long-term strategic plan and some long-term goals? I don't know.
We can possibly put the committee structure with part of the strategic planning at the first meeting that we have, and, you know, kind of fill out the Donovan Group as to what they would walk us through. And then we also will have our attorney coming on the 23rd, Dean Dietrich, and we can question him. Mr. Dietrich, what is your opinion between committee structure and committee of the whole structure? And just get his advice and opinions. you know, because he works with a lot of boards too.
Oh, absolutely. And I think, you know, once we have our goals, and hopefully they're long-term goals, then we can structure a little bit better to make sure that we're all righting the ship and heading in the same direction.
Sure.
Yeah.
And just one more comment, and I've talked with Julie about this, and I don't like it when we have action during committees, and committee of the whole included, but it seems like it is necessary to do that things come up, you don't want to put it off for 2 more weeks until, and so does this mean we're going to have 2 board meetings a month and 4 committee meetings? Because I think it might mean that.
Yeah, that's a great comment, because I remember back in 2017, whenever we switched, if you recall, to the committee of the whole structure, that was one of the things that was brought up, that this will not be a meeting that we take action, but we have violated our own statement because we take action in our committee of the whole structure.
Yeah, we haven't violated our, we have violated our
We have
statement.
violated our
we haven't
words, our statement, yeah.
Violated,
No, we haven't violated policy. We just violated our statement that we made that we would not do that. But like you said, there have been reason and cause too, just like tonight, that we'll be taking action. But in the committee structure, there was no action taken. In the committees, it was always referred back to the board at the end of the month.
And I think if there was something that was pressing that came up, we could probably do like an email vote or something like that. That was, if it was something really urgent that needed to be addressed.
excellent question for Dean Dietrich,
Excellent, absolutely.
because I don't.
Mary Kay, can you write that question down? All right, so think about committee versus committee of the whole structure, and we'll talk about that on June the 28th. Moving on to item C, the discipline committee report, and this is, as the administrators have seen, shouldn't take more than 3 to 4 minutes, just answering those 3 questions. As we stated in the last committee of the whole meeting, May the 10th, I believe, this is just us getting information as to, do you have the teachers that agreed to help with this process of diving into the handbook for discipline? Have you met with these teachers yet? If so, how many times have you met? And have you actually reviewed? So it's just those 3 simple questions. And just to start us on the course, we'll revisit again, and we'll send out more questions for the next meeting prior to, so that way you'll know what to expect for the June 28th meeting, okay? So let's start at the high school. I saw Mr. Rogers put his finger up, so next time we'll start at the elementary schools.
So we've met twice with a slightly different collection of staff. At the first meeting, we had 17 staff, 10 teaching staff, 4 support staff, 3 admin, and that was a difference of 7 people. So what I mean by a difference of 7 people, our normal PBIS team, plus 7 additional staff members that came to that meeting. It was sent out to the entire staff. Then our last meeting was on June the 9th. We had 9 teachers, 3 counselors, 4 support staff, and 3 admin, and that was a little less attended, so we did not, we didn't quite have all of our PBIS team there that day, but we did have a couple extra teachers, our counselors. Usually we only have 1 counselor. We had 3 of them there. We had 4 support staff there. Usually we only have 2, and then the 3 administrators. So the second question, has the committee met, and how many times have we met? Yes, we met twice. Our next meeting is scheduled for August 11th. And then have you reviewed the handbook with a close look at discipline procedures? So we started to look at some sections of our handbook, including the sections on electronic devices, attendance, dress code, and cheating and plagiarism. And then items that we're going to address on the 11th are our behavior grid, majors and minors infractions, and how staff should respond. Our goal is to create clarity across the building on how we can proactively set up our students for success, and as well as how do we respond when they struggle. We also scheduled at that last meeting on 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 June the 9th, we also scheduled monthly challenges, and challenges/awareness activities for the staff to host for the students based on our 7 mindsets and our 4 Bs. And that would engage the students in positive social emotional learning. So challenges such as, like, passion first is one of the 7 mindsets. So one of the activities we're doing during advisory is bringing in pictures of students with their passion, doing whatever passion. For me, I'd bring in a picture of working with a horse, probably, for a collage, a advisory collage to bring together. So questions for the high school? Okay, thank you.
Okay, Heather?
Okay. We have our PBIS team, and their focus is to meet monthly. So we met with them, and then we also included, so there's 1 from each grade level, and there's 2 support staff currently. One of our counselors is on the team, and then we also invited our 2 district social worker, Amanda Moore and Bree Kretz, to help us look through some of the information. So we're currently doing a crosswalk right now, looking at our current handbook, which is inclusive of what are the types of behavior, and then how are our staff recording behavior, and what are some of the higher aspects of behavior that maybe we should be looking at differently or have more clarity, very similar to what Clint had said. So we do have that crosswalk going on right now. It's digital, and right now everybody's just kind of working on that on their own, and then we reflect on that. Right now we have it set up every 2 weeks to just have a virtual invite for those that are choosing to participate in that. We did open it up to all of our staff. Not a lot of people are jumping to participate right now, but then also through rounding, some of these questions, like we ask what's going well, areas of support. So a lot of times through our rounding that we did, Chris and I did that together. We met with every single staff, and then during that time, we were able to pull some information out of rounding. And so some of the concerns would be consistency of dress code, language. Those are probably the 2 most consistent that were coming up. And then the other one is the consistency of adults. What are we doing? How are we handling it? What does it look like in a classroom? And then the last thing was, like, it looks really different for a 4th grade student than it does for a 7th grade student. So as a 4th grader or 5th grader, you're pretty much in one classroom all day, whereas in 6th and 7th, you're changing classrooms often. And then that's where we even see higher behaviors, because adult consistency isn't always the same. So that is where we're at. And the next time we are physically meeting together is August 15th. Yeah, so we are looking, one of the handbooks that we looked at, which is showing us some of like the flow charts and things, we do have that in our handbook right now, and I think we just need to really clarify that. And then also DC Everest has a really good one that we're looking at. So we're looking at 5 local handbooks. But we're gonna have to make sure that we're looking at each other's within our district, and that's what we have been doing with our district PBIS teams, and to provide consistency and clarity, because we do have teachers that go from one building to another, and that's always a concern. What are their expectations? So that'll be another step that's gonna have to take place, district. I think that's about it. Any, you guys have any questions for me?
Is the virtual invite open to all teachers or just your PBIS team?
I did open it to everybody.
Clear.
Not everybody
Right.
reads the memo, but it was in there since the last time that we talked, that it had been requested. So, yeah, and I didn't go out and hand pick people. We just really went with that climate and culture of the PBIS team, which I believe most of us did that.
Good.
Good?
Thank you. All right. While Donna is making her way, I do want to apologize publicly to the 3 elementary schools, because I did not get to your buildings before the end of May, like I said that I would. So please forgive me, and I'll see you in your buildings in September for sure. My schedule just got really crazy in May, so please forgive me, the three of you.
Forgiven.
Thank you.
All right, so at the elementary, we did create teams at each of the three buildings. It was developed from our PBIS team, as well as we did open it up to additional staff. At North, we have additional teachers and additional support staff, and I believe that there are a few extra teachers or additional teachers from the PBIS teams at both East and West. Each of the building teams did meet separately, so North met separately, West met separately, and East met separately. And then the building principals came together to then discuss the discussion and action suggestions that were made from the teams. So all three buildings did meet at least once, some multiple. And then did we also look at and review the handbook at all of the buildings? We did. There's still a lot more to dig into it. And then as Heather mentioned too, with having the three different buildings, also ensuring we have one handbook across the elementary, so ensuring that there's consistency across that as well.
Great. Any
Additional
questions? I think Donna's the spokesperson for all three
Yes.
elementary schools. All right. Thank you, Heather, for saying that about the consistency throughout the district, because I think that's a very important factor for our students to learn in the elementary schools about the discipline, procedures, and policy, bring it up to your building, and then bring it on up to the high school building. So any of the board members have any other questions for schools? Okay, thank you so much. Oh,
Sorry, I have a question.
sure.
When you're reviewing the handbook and the different policies that each building, are you guys referring back to the student classroom conduct code that is in state, can't seem to talk, that the school has already as a policy?
She's asking if as you're going through the policy or the handbooks, are you looking at the student code of conduct too, and making sure that that all is
Yeah,
good?
our
Yeah,
district.
and board policy. Yeah, good. Thanks, Tom.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then, thank you so much. Moving right along to item D, school safety report. In light of what has taken place in our nation, unfortunately, shortly after that incident in Texas, I did reached out to Jake, as he is our safety coordinator for the district, and I wanted him to come tonight and make a presentation on the safety of all of our buildings. And there's a couple of areas that I personally talked to him about safety, and he's going to touch on those as well, the two areas that I had of safety concerns. I know this is something that's coming to concerns to our parents as well. How safe is our schools? Because I've received some phone calls. I don't know if any of you have, or emails are just running into people in the community. So Jake, take your time here and give us this update on school safety.
Okay, so to start with, probably 6 years ago now, we started a group called LEAP. That stands for Langley Emergency Action Planning. And we modeled it off of the Oshkosh School District that Tim worked pretty closely with when he was in my role. The intent of that group is to get all the organizations that really can make decisions and the decision makers from those organizations at a table to decide things mainly oriented around safety for the whole community. So those groups include the Sheriff's Department, the Police Department, Fire, EMS. We have mental health come in at times. We have our tech group come in at times. No matter what the topics are, we try to get the right people at the table to make the decisions. So the intent isn't to discuss it and then go back and discuss with the organizations and then bring the answer back. You know, we want somebody from the Sheriff's Department that can make that decision right then. Same thing with the school district and every other organization at the table. For school districts, that included anybody within Langley County. So White Lake and Elko also attended those initially. As COVID hit and focus has kind of changed and we weren't in school. I will admit that the frequency of those meetings had declined. With, I think, probably a month ago, we are starting a regular routine again to get back on track with that. They were very instrumental when it came to the rollout of Alice in our district. That was something that was really important to me to get going, and when I brought it to them, they were all hands on deck, full support of that program, and really did whatever we needed to make that happen. Elko and White Lake School Districts also followed suit with that, so it was nice that we could use both law enforcements to do a comprehensive reaction to anything that could happen in their jurisdictions. So they were very excited about that, and that was an added bonus for them too. When we rolled that out, we had sent a group of our staff, along with other organizations, sent a few, to become certified Alice instructors. That actually took place here in Antigo, and that's kind of unique because Alice typically picks the location and sets the dates and then invites anybody in the area willing to drive that distance to attend. We were actually able to work with them. I showed them that we had the interest here to fill a class, and they came right to the high school and hosted it. So that was very, very nice that we could go through that training right here in our own building. From there, we took those Alice instructors and we split them out into their respective buildings, or, you know, at the high school, we tried to pair them up with like their grades or whatever made sense. And then we did additional training that included some scenario training of some active shooter drills and stuff like that, barricading, evacuating, countering, stuff like that. That was really well received, and I think that that was a huge accomplishment for us. From there, then, we took and focused on the students, and we started with our high school students, and we did some training with them. We did some scenario training where they got to do a barricade. We did a mass evacuation drill here at the high school, and the law enforcement was involved through all that and helped us to make sure that we were safe and that everybody was informed, and helped us just with the concepts of what to expect when this does happen. We rolled that out at the high school first, then we looked at the middle school. That was a little less intense. We tried to step it down to keep it age appropriate with the kids, and then eventually we did get to the elementary schools. Our elementaries are now K-3, so that's a pretty young age. So when we got to that, you know, I worked with the principals and some of the lead teachers, and we came up with what we think would be age appropriate for them. And really that looks like a conversation with it's more of a storybook from the Alice Training Institute that kind of plants the seeds of what to do without getting too in-depth into what that means. At the high school, we started doing monthly Alice conversations, I'll call them. So every month we are required to do a fire drill. After the fire drill, we then have some sort of a discussion point, whether it's a if-then scenario, or the kids can practice barricading in their classroom, or just a conversation about what to expect law enforcement to do when they show up, or whatever topic that may be. There's one for each month. We did that for 2 or 3 years at the high school, and then this year we really tried to get that implemented at the middle school as well. Again, keeping it age appropriate so that we're not talking too graphically with our youngest students. I want that to be a little more polished. I'm not satisfied that we're doing the exact best that we can with all that, but compared to where we were, we are leaps and bounds
Work in
ahead.
progress.
You know, and when you talk with Alice trainers, in the WISCA, Ed Dorff was the executive director of WISCA, he actually came up here and worked with us a number of times. He's used us as an example of what districts should try to do. So we have his full support that what we're doing is the benchmark that everybody should be aiming for.
Nice work.
Thanks. Again, like you said, that's always a work in progress. I think we can do better. One of the things that we also identified during that time was our entrances. At our elementary schools, you know, going back to, I don't know when Tim had those installed, but we always had we have an A-phone, it's a speaker and video intercom that you can't get in the building until you push a call button and talk to someone, and then they bring you in and they can see you on a video. Our high school and our middle school didn't have anything like that. It was just open. I started looking into what the best practices were for that. First thing that they recommend is that we do a secure entrance. You guys are probably familiar with how you come in to the middle school and high school during a school day. You're routed through the main office. The intent of that is forcing that human contact typically deters 99% of this stuff. That's the first step that they say is the biggest thing that you can do. Force them to have human contact deters them from wanting to do that. They don't want to do it. They want to come in the back door and not be asked what they're doing here. So
To clarify, human contact face-to-face or?
Face-to-face.
Thank you.
Yes, yep. So routing them through the office accomplished that. They knew that there was always going to be a secretary there. So that's what we did. It's worked pretty well. It has added a lot of extra, minute here, minute there adds up during the day for those gals sitting there. But it's something that we felt was necessary, and we went ahead and remodeled the secure entrances at the high school and the middle school to how they are now. Really, that's worked pretty good. But a conversation that Danny and I had was, is there something more we could do? The options are, leave it as it is, or we could do some sort of a ring-in system similar to the elementary school, or just like a button that, they have pretty good visibility, they can let people in, things like that. I did talk with the LEAP group on that. The concern with doing that is sometimes it has a reverse effect of, if you have to hit that buzzer 100 times a day or 200 times a day, eventually that just becomes second nature, and you don't look, you don't think, you're not aware, or unfortunately sometimes they'll just prop the door open and not worry about buzzing in. Those are things that we can work on controlling as people. So I think that that's a reasonable step to try, but that is, and always has been, the concern of setting it up that way from the beginning, is that complacency that could come along with that system. The next level would be to have a police liaison at the front door, vetting people as they come in. And I don't think that is necessarily appropriate for where we're at. So what
Appropriate, and also we would have to work with law enforcement to ensure they would have the personnel to be able to do that.
Yeah, and it would add a cost to us too.
Correct.
They wouldn't provide that for us for free.
Correct.
Yep, good point. So I talked with our security contractor and asked if we could do a push button setup and give us some options to how we could operate that. I talked with two of the secretaries at the middle school and the high school and kind of got what they might think might work. They shared the concern with me about it possibly becoming complacency, or if every person that's coming in needs that to be buzzed in, how is that going to affect the flow? How are we, there's a lot of functionality questions to it. So we need to work through those. But I think if we get some options out there, we can find a better system that will provide some added security. I just, until we get those in place and see how that flows, I mean, there's a lot of people that come through that office in the morning and in the afternoon, so. I don't know exactly the details on how we're gonna set it up, but we're gonna put a few options in place. That's a relatively, I think it was $1,600 at each building to set that up, to control a few of the doors right around the office, so. We're gonna try and do that, and we'll get that ready for the beginning of the school year.
Jake, in going to the middle school and the high school, did the staff you spoke with identify safety concerns or feeling discomfort with the current setup?
I don't know that they were necessarily concerned or discomforted, but when I told them what I was thinking, they thought that there could definitely be some benefits from that. And in light of that, thought that that would probably be a better alternative, but they did understand why, you know, the complacency side of it. But they also were concerned about how much added time that was gonna take out of their day if we were, you know, if we went with a video and you have to have a conversation with every single person coming through that door, you know, that's almost turned into a full-time job, you know, just to monitor that, which, again, may be in the future, but I don't think that that's appropriate for right now.
Jake, I just have a couple questions. Does anybody ever check, yourself or the police, just make random checks of our buildings to see if all of our doors are secure?
I do.
You do?
Yep.
And typically, your results are, they are?
They are, correct.
Yep.
Yep.
And I think our buildings are very secure, but that, I always drive by and think, well, geez, if somebody wanted to shoot some kids, why wouldn't you just do it at recess time? And the only shooting here, we've had here in Antigo occurred outside the building.
Correct, because our doors were locked.
So sometimes I think, you know, we can add more security indoors. We're just pushing the scene of a crime somewhere else.
That's a reasonable thought.
Jake, can you tell me if the doors are propped open, is there any kind of alarm that would alert somebody that a door has been propped open?
At the high school, we do, on all of our exterior doors, have a chime that after 30 seconds of the door contact not reading, it will do an audible, and then it does a email to, I think Clint, myself, I don't know if Anita is not here, but I know it goes to at least one of the principals and myself, notifying you that there is door number 28 is propped open or whatever.
Okay, and that's within 30 seconds, you said?
I believe it's a 30-second, yeah.
Okay. And then I just have a couple more questions. So with so many, this year, the high school has had quite a few soft lockdowns. Do you feel as though that's like making it more normalized for the kids versus they're not gonna, you know, they're not really gonna take it serious? And then I know one particular instance where we had confusion between kids and teachers on what was going on because the announcement was not very clear as well.
Yeah, so that's a great topic, and along with the Alice rollout, that was one of the biggest points that we really wanted to clean up as our communication when we had an event happen. We used to have code yellow or code blue or what, those are gone. Those are not the best way to go about it. Now instead we say, hey, we have a medical emergency on the second floor, please remain in your classrooms, and we try to be as descriptive as possible, still protect, you know, any HIPAA violation or anything like that. We don't get into those details.
Sure.
But we try to be as descriptive as we can, but still stay brief. Because you don't need to be talking for a minute explaining what's going on.
Sure.
Yeah, the risk in that is sometimes when you're trying to be open and honest in a spur-of-the-moment situation, you know, you're not reading off a script.
Right.
So sometimes yeah, I think it probably, when you look back, you could probably have said it better at times.
Sure.
But I think that's kind of the nature of the beast when you're trying to be open and honest, it sometimes isn't scripted.
And do our doors with Alice, should they be shut at all times, the classroom doors?
Correct. That's our
Okay,
recommendation, is that all classroom doors should be locked and closed at all times.
okay, because no, don't take offense anybody, but like, I know we don't do that.
Correct.
I know for a
There's-
fact, I've walked through the schools of Trinity. I know we don't do that at any level. Elementary, middle school, high school.
There,
So-
yeah, I mean, I would say that there are quite a few that do. But there's definitely quite a few that don't as well.
Correct,
You know,
okay.
In our beginning of the year orientation for new staff, returning staff, and we did check-ins on that a couple times during the year, and that's one of the things that I brought up in our staff expectations review, and it was said by numerous staff that we need to do a review more often and hold each other accountable for it.
Right, because if we go into a lockdown, I mean, from the office, I would think that you could hit a button and everything would lock down, all the doors, everything, if they weren't already locked. But they have to be
in
closed.
the classroom,
Yes,
you'd have to have electronics on every door, and that's roughly $2,000 per door.
well, if somebody comes in and is shooting up the school, I think we're all gonna wish we did that.
Yeah, but my alternative is just have them locked every day,
Right,
not have to lock them down with electronics.
yeah, I guess as long as everybody is doing it.
Is there any barriers, or, I know that there's been discussion about mainly air conditioning in the buildings. I could see that being a valid reason to keep a classroom door open. I don't know. I'm just curious. And this doesn't have to be a big discussion. I'm just curious if there's common reasons where doors would stay open, because I can see behavior spiking if it's super hot, people are miserable.
Yes.
You know,
Yep.
so,
Yeah, like here, the interior, the academic area has air conditioning in it. The exterior rooms that have windows don't. So yeah, a lot of teachers like to have that outside window open and the door open to allow that airflow to be better. Not that there's not airflow in there already, but makes
Yeah.
them feel
Yeah.
better and allows some cold air from the hallway in there. When you have whether it's, recess or bathroom break or milk break or whatever it may be, there's lots of instances where, yeah, that door's gonna be open for a while. You can never do anything at all times. There's always going to be times, but I think that we can definitely try and do better on it. And that's really the standard that Alice sets, is keep those doors locked, because typically if they can't get in within a second or two, they're moving on. And unfortunately, they look for the one that isn't closed or locked.
Right. Thank you.
Jake, all of our exterior doors on all of our buildings, are they controlled by the office to where they can be locked by a button, a switch?
No, they are locked all the time.
They're locked all the time, okay?
In addition to that, almost all of our staff have a fob.
Right.
We have different levels of access for them, based on what their role is, coaches and stuff like that. It might have some different doors and whatnot, but we try to keep it as restricted as possible, but still functional. But in the event that, say there is a event happening, there is a card swipe in the office at the high school and the middle school that will lock, like right now it locks the office building, or the office doors that we're now gonna run with the push button. And in addition, it deactivates the ability for any cardholder to use any of the card swipes in the building
I see.
or on the exterior doors, other than like myself, law enforcement, I think probably the principal, and that's about it. So, yeah, we do have a step that we can make that much more restricted.
Okay. Anybody else? Go ahead.
My last question,
No, go
sorry.
ahead, that's fine.
Have you looked into any kind of grants or anything that would be available to help fund any of this?
I did, right when we did the Alice rollout, I did find some money that supported the Alice training. As far as just the card access stuff, I didn't see any at that time, and I haven't looked since.
Okay. Right, I could see that coming down the road here.
Yeah, well, okay. With the exception of when the state rolled out the safety grant, we received, yeah, $300-some thousand
Okay,
through that safety grant, but that was through a DOJ. It was, it was presented very well for us to find. Some grants are really tough for us to
Oh,
find and know if
yes.
we're qualified for.
yes, I understand that.
But yeah, any grants that we can get our hands on,
Okay,
we'd love to have the free money.
okay,
In the event that board members are driving around the schools and you do see a door propped open, give Jake a call.
Yep.
Because I did witness a door propped, and I already talked to Jake about that particular school, and he's addressed that issue. So, yeah, let him know, because we're only as safe as those doors being shut.
Right. I do want to say that, throughout the whole Alice process, the board, the administration, the staff, they've all been very, very supportive, and all hands on deck to roll that out. It's not an easy process. Even the parents and the students have been very, very welcoming of it. And that's kind of unique to find these days, that you have everybody going the same way. So that was a refreshing experience to see everybody really, really pull together, and there's really no complaints or concerns about it. So that's a good sign.
Do you currently have enough Alice trainers on staff, or is that something that we'll need to think about funding?
We do a refresher for all of our staff every year. We have lost a fair amount of the certified trainers, where they're actually certified to actually hold the training to train other trainers.
Right.
But the yearly refreshers, just for knowing the subject, all of our staff do a yearly refresher with that.
Thanks.
Jake, are all of the windows in our schools on the first floor level bulletproof? I mean, could somebody just walk up to a window and,
All the doors and windows that should be are, and I'd rather leave it at that.
so they couldn't just walk up to a classroom window and blast it out?
Correct.
Okay. And then, just back to the playground issue, have you ever looked at what it would cost to have a solid fence around the playgrounds, as opposed to, if I wanted to shoot somebody and I came to the middle school, for example, and all the kids are lined up on their swings 10 feet away from the fence, it's
Yeah.
pretty easy to shoot through a chain link fence, much harder to shoot through a board fence.
Right. That is an increasing conversation, because not only from that stance, but other safety reasons.
Has it,
I'm sure there's eyes in the back of my head right now that are saying yes.
has the conversation gotten as far as, what would it cost to do it?
The conversation isn't necessarily the cost, it's the how. Where do you put that fence? How do you contain the playground?
Don't most of our playgrounds already have a fence around them?
3 sides, but you have driveways into all of them. You have delivery vehicles, you have parent pickup, you have drop-offs. You have doors on all sides of the buildings. So how do you?
Isn't that why they make gates?
Correct. Yeah, but there's some challenges that,
I'm just thinking of the easiest place. If somebody's gonna come and try and shoot somebody, what's the easiest place to do it? And there's some of it, if I wanted to shoot the most people, I'd probably go to marching band on a Monday night. It's all out in the open, and everybody's in a nice tight formation.
But that's not what happens. mean,
Yeah.
if you're looking historically at what happens, I hear what you're saying, but if you're going off of,
I would disagree. I think in Milwaukee, for example, they have playground shootings. You don't hear a lot about them because somebody drives by, shoots one or two people, and keeps driving.
true, we only hear about the mass.
Yeah, that's a great topic, and I'll bring that to LEAP and have them give an opinion, but the tough thing is there, chain link fence doesn't stop bullets. I mean, that's just the long and the short of it, and to really, truly barricade that from happening, I mean, that's a different thing altogether, but, there's many reasons for safety why, whether you keep vehicle traffic out of there, whether you keep kids from taking off and running into the road, things of that nature that would prevent that, but also helps with, access to the buildings or to the students for Alice purposes.
I would think you'd probably want to maintain some kind of sightlines too for safety. So,
That's the catch-22 is you put up a solid barrier, like they'll tell you at your Alice training that you don't want live fences because you can't see what's behind them. So,
Okay, I'm glad you're on it.
it is, I don't have a great answer for it. It's been on my mind for a long time, and then I know that, a number of the elementary principals have brought it up a couple times to me that they would really like it just from keeping their kids where they need to be stance as well, would be very helpful. But there's a number of dynamics to that decision, but yeah, I would expect something to be up relatively soon.
Okay.
So for our community's sake, Jake, you would say that our buildings are pretty secure.
Yes.
And in what we're doing right now and doing the Alice training for the last 6 years, though it was thwarted just a little bit through the COVID process, we're picking that back up for training for especially our new staff members. And if there are any further questions about safety, community members can contact you.
Yes.
Okay? I think, go ahead.
I think it's really important that we have a strong community response program, so kudos to you and the agencies involved, because we can have a plan in place, but if law enforcement doesn't know how they're responding or know the building and are familiar with it, or fire EMTs, our response only goes so far because we're limited on what our role is. So that's vital, and I appreciate you sharing that and working to maintain that.
Yeah, I can't say enough good about the law enforcement. I mean, I talk to other school districts and they're like, you have that relationship with law enforcement in your community, that you're so lucky, because they don't have the same experience always. So I give a lot of credit to them for always stepping up when we need them.
And that's both the sheriff's department as well as the Antigo Police City
Yeah,
Department.
I mean, even
Okay.
the fire department, they're always there for us.
Nice.
Community health, Aspirus is there. I mean, just about any organization you can think of for anything safety related is always more than willing to come and sit at the table with us.
Has there been any discussions with the LEAP team about the fact that, like, the kids that are coming up through the school district are trained in Alice, they're trained in our procedures and everything, and I think statistically, it's been students of this past school that have come in and done these acts. So are we training them to what our response would be? I guess,
No,
It's not- it's
the
real-
benefits, I had the same question.
Okay.
The short answer is the benefits outweigh the
sure,
possible negatives.
okay. I just wanted to make sure that was,
Yep,
I guess, thought
definitely.
of or addressed somehow.
Correct.
Okay.
One other thing that, talking about the safety grant, one thing that we're able to finally do is, we have I'll call it an in-house radio system that we have communication from all of our buildings. They can contact each other. In the emergency event, we have like an all-call channel that will interrupt and transmit on all the radios, then you can break them down into buildings. You know, we have like a maintenance channel, admin channel, sped channel, but all those are together, so if something, an emergency comes up, that communication is instant, and it also goes to our bus garage, so.
Okay. And I guess I have one more question, I'm sorry. So recently, Lakeland High School and Three Lakes High School had a credible threat. Do we have like a parameter that if something is going on, because that was pretty close. So, I mean, it wouldn't take long for somebody to realize they can't do it there and to drive to a different district. So,
Oh, okay. From district to district, I would expect that would all be routed through law enforcement.
okay,
If, you know, the law enforcement in the area of the threat thought that there was reason to alert neighboring jurisdictions, they would do that, and then they would contact us appropriately.
okay,
And we really take our lead from them on that.
Okay.
Unless something came directly to us, then we would,
sure,
you know, it's kind of there's two ways it can go. Either the threat comes directly to the school, or the threat comes to law enforcement. It happens both ways. When law enforcement gets the threat, they have their set of rules that they proceed and tell us what to do. When the threat comes to us, we have our initial response, and that's only until law enforcement can get involved, and then they take over and tell us what to do anyways. You know, they're trained in doing this every day. They're the experts. We're really looking to them
okay,
at guidance. You know, our initial response is our own, but, you know, as you go through like our crisis plan, most every section is, you know, refers this, at some point law enforcement will be there to basically take over the situation.
okay. Thank you.
I know when we met with Julie on Wednesday, she told us that their schools in Wausau went to where all the doors were locked, including middle school and high schools, doors were locked, where they had the vestibules like what we have, where people can come inside, and then they had to be buzzed in from that second door. That they did that over there, and it seems to be working okay.
Yeah. Yep, and I'm gonna talk with a few of the other districts, Wausau being one of them, and see what exactly they do, because my feeling is that there's times where they may have the doors just open.
You may
for
be
a brief
correct, yeah.
time, whether it be morning.
Before school, after school.
Stuff like that, so, yeah, they have the ability, but I think that their procedures may be a little different than maybe
Okay.
they seem on the surface.
All right. Thank you all for your questions. If you have other questions, always just email Jake, and he'll be glad to answer any of those questions. I know it's a pretty heavy issue, school safety, but it's very important, vitally important. So thanks, Jake, for coming out and
Thank
giving
you.
us that report. Okay, moving along to hopefully something that is lighter with Heidi. Letter E, pupil services update.
Actually, this is good timing. I don't need the mic unless it's going to that. Okay.
Yeah, it's going,
So,
thanks.
This is good timing because it is in relation to what Jake just shared about school safety. From the physical side, it's what we can do to mitigate having to have locked doors and people trained to throw things at intruders. So talking about the mental health side of things and what we're doing through our pupil services counseling, mental health grant. And so I have these three staff members, Bree Kretz.
Hello,
our
everyone.
Mental health navigator, Amanda Moore. who
Just
is our-
pass the microphone around you so people at home can hear what somebody is
They were
saying.
all really short, so that would be tricky. I'm Bree Krutz. I'm the mental health navigator.
Amanda Moore, school social worker.
Jessica Colby, West Elementary school counselor.
So our presentation up there, and you also have this, so we're just gonna kind of popcorn through our presentation. We just wanted to, you can go to the next slide, Dustin, aligning to our mission, vision, and commitments. So all of our work, every student and staff member experiences a sense of belonging and authentic supportive relationships.
Our collective commitments, we will provide a safe and supportive environment for all students and staff, no matter what socioeconomic status, race, religion, gender, or sexual identity they may be. And we will take time to build relationships with students and staff. So that's really the focus of all the work that we do in pupil services. Our goal alignment, and this will shift as we are right in the middle of redoing our goals this year. We've spent the last few days looking at data from this last year, which you'll hear some of later, to look at forward in our new continuous improvement plan. But previously, these are school climate and culture goals that we were looking at to increase trust amongst staff. We'll build and implement a framework to transform our school community as measured yearly by our EE survey, Vibrant School Survey, School Trust Indicator Survey, and the WIAA. Again, some of this might be changing based on us going through our continuous improvement plan. Our learning target is I can collaborate with peers to build consistent implementation processes, common strategies to increase our student sense of belonging, and action step, facilitate continued staff learning through pupil services on restorative practices, trauma-sensitive skills, and the mental health pathway. So tonight we're just going to focus, pupil services encompasses quite a few different pieces: counseling, mental health navigator, social work, school psychology, nursing, but we're just going to focus on counseling, mental health navigator, and social work and what we've done in those pieces this year. Later in the summer we'll do a special ed report which will have more of the school psychology pieces of that as well. So we have a support system that we have been developing over the last couple years. It's broken down by elementary, middle school, high school, and then our full support system. It has a lot of links in it to documents, resources, which need to be different based on developmental levels. Each level is based off a global model, and a team of stakeholders that had feedback into this, and was done 2 to 3 years ago, and we tried to refine as a pupil services staff each year with regards to the resources included, the goals that we have, and action steps. And then there's written processes that are included in each of these levels. So this is kind of where it falls in. When I say system, support system, that's our tiered system. Universal supports our tier 2, our tier 3, when we're talking about not only behavior, which is mostly what we're focused on, but also academic. So you can go ahead. And then Bree.
Hello, everyone. So as you know, Amanda, our school social worker, she came on with us, I think it was November. And so before that, we didn't have a school social worker, and we were kind of picking up the pieces of the school social worker position for those couple months until Amanda came on with us. So if you don't need to, Dustin, but if you click on this chart, it gives you a really detailed, click on it, Dustin, thank you.
They've done a lot of work on this.
Yeah, we've revised this multiple times, but it gives you very explicit roles and responsibilities, like the second page's responsibilities, of each of the 4 job titles within pupil services that work really closely together. So the school counselor, school social worker, school psychologist, and the school mental health navigator. The reason for this is not only for ourselves to make sure that we're staying within our scope and sequence and not doubling work, right? We hate it when we're all doing the same job 18 times. But also for other people as well. Like, this is what I'm needing. Who should I really be going to? Who would be the person that this is in their wheelhouse? So we have spent a ton of time just honing this in, making sure that nothing is really duplicated, but that also everything is really encompassed on this chart. And it's not entirely possible. You'll see if you look at the second page, it's like other building responsibilities as needed, right? Because sometimes our school counselors, they're just like hopping in wherever they're needed because there's a need at that time. So it can't be specifically respond to building level needs as needed is what it says. It can't encompass everything, right? This document would be 800 pages long, but we wanted to put as much as we could on there to really hone in what are our roles, what are our responsibilities, what do we share, and what's different.
So just a real quick overview of the counseling department. These are some things, the SDL curriculum, school counseling classes, PBIS, role in mental health. These are things that are done at every single level. And then as you can imagine, the elementary, the middle school, and the high school all look very different, and our roles and responsibilities vary by what is needed in each building and what is needed by each student and what is needed by each teacher. For example, at the high school and the the high school and the middle school, they are much more crisis involved. And at the elementary, we are much more teacher support and being the resource for what do we do, how should we handle this, how do we move forward. Some just big things to note is we have a grant called Life Tools, and North and West Elementary provided 3 classes this year, and the middle school provided 2 classes. And that's just an extra social and emotional learning curriculum to help students learn how to handle their emotions and appropriate behavior in school and at home. The middle school is working on some bullying and child protection and other classes as needed. They are no longer in daily semester classes at the middle school, which will have more time to response for crisis intervention. And then just crisis intervention is a large part of what happens at the high school, as well as ACP portfolios and transition planning.
As Bree stated, since I did come in after the start of the year, really a lot of my year, I've been busy, but I've really wanted to focus on building those relationships with our staff, our students, and caregivers, letting them know that I am a resource. When I say I'm the school social worker, their first fear is I'm the county social worker. I don't want to talk to you. So I explain, really explaining my role within the district. I've worked a lot with truancy and behavioral needs this year, working on making plans how to better support our students, as well as our staff. Doing a lot of work to build continue to build a strong relationship with social services, to have that communication. We have a lot of students that are involved with social services in one way or another, and really making sure that we're all meeting that student's need. Bree and I work together a lot, and we are working together to ensure that the service needs are being met for families. That's a big part of the day. For next year, we're looking forward to, Bree and I will be trained in smart recovery for students, so that's focusing on some of the AODA needs that we're seeing. We're having a lot of behavior write-ups for AODA in the high school, and we're trying to see if we can get some AODA things going within the high school as preventative and working with those students. I am also the homeless liaison. Heidi has been helping me transition into that role, so that's just something that I'm working on at the end of the school year. Unfortunately, we had quite a few students that met that criteria, so that was a lot of cramming in some information and resources to these students in a super short amount of time. And a lot of my summer, I'll be really trying to hone in on handle with care. So that's working with our local law enforcement agencies to really make sure that we're getting daily communications on any of our students that have had law enforcement contact. And so making a policy and procedure for that communication and what that's going to look like, so that the necessary staff, which typically is, I will email the principal of the building, their counselor, and then if they have like a case manager or anything like that, making sure that they're aware this child may have experienced something traumatic, please just be aware and handle with care. So that's really what I've been up to this year, and will be continuing on next year.
Is that all?
Yeah, that sounds great. Can I ask a question at this point? And I'm not sure I want to ask you or if I want to ask Heidi. But a couple years ago, when I was at the WSAB conference, I think it was Hortonville, where I went and saw a presentation there, they had 3 social workers. And can't get any more?
Well, there's a lot of reasons for that. The pool is not real big. There's only 3 schools, UW schools in the state of Wisconsin, that have Masters of Social Work, and so they're very competitive. Amanda just got into UWGB, yay. She came from the county, so she was a county social worker and is now going back to school to get her school social work license. So, second master's, she does have a master's also in psychology, I think, right? And so, social workers, number one, we hadn't had one in Antigo until we had Lauren Bessa was our very first ever to even be. Schools our size and with our similar demographics usually have about 3 or 4 social workers. We can't find social workers, not only because of the fact that there are fewer of them, but also in rural areas, it's harder to find them. And so we can have postings, we'll have postings out there for multiple social workers, but we actually had one who would come, but we're trying to tweak it. to see if she'll come up here. But it's just, we have to be creative then in what we do to hire. But yes, we should. And we, in Medford, they have 4 social workers, and it's provided through the Aspirus Community Foundation that they have. And they provide the funds for that. So it's, I know that we can find funds. I can find funds. And we can do that, but we have to have people. And that's the argument that I make to DPI. They make it very difficult to get licensure. Then it's just kind of a vicious cycle for school social work. So.
Yeah, so I was at the WASB delegate convention, and some of the resolutions dealt with changing the licensure requirements, correct? Yeah.
Well, and I'll be honest, that's a catch-22 with any licensure. We want to have high-quality people. And so we don't want to just say anybody can get a license, but a lot of times they get ahead of themselves. Like, we could have quality people from the community who are social workers, who could potentially be, but they can't get licensed as a school social worker, but they would be fabulous with their experiences. So it's a balance of making sure that you have quality people that know the laws. I mean, school social work is different than a county social worker, and their roles are different. So I'm just saying, like, it's not that simple just to lessen it either, because we see that in lots of different areas. When we lower the expectations, you get what you get.
Right. One more question, and maybe this is for Melody if she's here. I know teachers can get loan forgiveness for teaching in our district, correct?
I am not sure if they still do or not. I'm old, so my loans are
And so do you get loan forgiveness as a social worker?
Social workers?
I assume you have some loans. With that's many degrees? Yeah.
Unfortunately, I was able to get some forgiveness in working in the county sector, so I'm caught up on my bachelor's.
Well, great. Yeah, so you could get loan forgiveness working for the county, but not working for the school district?
Correct.
And I would say that maybe when we think about lobbying our representatives, that might be a thing that we want to lobby for.
And incentives to, not just loan forgiveness, but other incentives that might get people to come to rural areas, whatever that might look like. It's not just always, maybe it's upfront. People can't always, like, take the loans out either. Like, so it's like different. I've talked to DPI about different ways of thinking about it. So.
Okay. We'll save that for the committee discussion.
Yeah. Okay, who's next? What am I doing? Oh, okay. So we're going to jump into the mental health grant specifically. We're going to look at some celebrations that we've had this year, and then kind of next steps in the grant. And the reason we had everybody do this is Bree's work as the mental health navigator encompasses the whole team, and it encompasses the teachers, and it encompasses the administrators in working on these systems that we're improving. So that's why it's important. It's not separate, and these goals include everyone, and everybody has kind of a part in that. But the why behind the mental health grant, briefly, we had WIRBS data in 2019. Our 2021 hasn't come out yet. It's supposed to be out. And we looked at student sense of belonging was in decline in our middle school and our high school over the 6 years. You do it every 2 years in the cohorts. So that was one area that we wanted to look at. And then also access to mental health supports that was also low in both our middle and high school. And so those are the 2 areas that we focused on from the 2019 WIRBS to set our goals and then come up with strategies based on learning that we had done through the DPI with their mental health framework, et cetera. So part of the data had CCS data, that's North Central Healthcare referrals to counselors, just how many counselor touches they had, and then also our social services data is alarming, and it still is alarming as we have new data. So anyway, that's kind of the why behind it. We got the grant for 2 years, $75,000 a year. We are entering into the 2nd year of the grant. So
I didn't mean to be pointy, Andy. We've just been certainly trying to get more school social workers. Amanda and I, our offices are literally in the same room at this point, and we barely see each other. And if we do, it's like, hey, what school are you headed to, or what are you working on, or what are you doing? And we're both just very busy, and that's okay. But we just know that the more people we have, the more we could focus on the things that are really important to our students and families. So, as you know, I'm the mental health navigator. This is the first year of that position. I was a high school counselor at Antigo High School for years before that. But I just wanted to kind of give you an update on the things that I'm specifically working on as they're tied to the goals of the mental health grant. So as you can see, this is just a very crude graph of the mental health counseling referral data for the 21-22 school year. So you can see that there's 111 responses. And you can see that 37.8, which is approximately 40 of those services that we've referred to have started. Now there's obvious caveats to this data. So some of the things that we're really working on is what are the barriers, right? Because these families are having barriers, whether it's transportation, insurance. Insurance is huge. Like I'll have a conversation with a family and they'll say, I have Blue Cross Blue Shield, and I'm like, your only option is telehealth or in the office. You cannot have school-based services through Blue Cross Blue Shield. And I know that now because I'm really good at insurance, because I've had 111 conversations with families. And that's just like structured conversations. I've had them fill out the paperwork. They have started services with a counselor, or they've filled out the paperwork, or I've given them the paperwork and they haven't returned it, right? So there's tons of barriers. This doesn't include like the conversation that I had with a staff member the other day that was like, oh my gosh, my kid really needs some counseling. And I gave him a phone number for a counselor that I have memorized now, right? Like that doesn't include any of these conversations. This is more of the very structured.
This is in our school. We have in-school therapy. That's what we're talking about, not the other referrals. And then the other page is the referrals to North Central Healthcare for CCS support. But I just know that that's what we're talking about is our therapist that comes from Compass or from.
Yeah, so we'll talk about our providers in a minute too, but this is like people who are providing services to students while they are in our school building in some rhyme or reason. And we'll talk about that a little bit more. Really, one of my main goals, and I'm gonna kind of echo this on the next slide for next year, is to break down those barriers. What are the barriers that you're having? How can we help you? As I talked insurance already, that's a huge barrier. And I have already talked to people who are lobbying our legislators to, like, with COVID and with the pandemic, school-based services, telehealth services, like, it's impossible that they're not covered anymore. And so I've already made those steps to talk to people to lobby our legislation to fix those things so that all people, whether you have private insurance or state-funded insurance, have access to quality mental health care. Okay. So this next slide is our comprehensive community services, which is through North Central Healthcare. So when I have these conversations with families, I always talk about these people are superheroes. They literally connect the community, the school, the home, whatever your needs are, medical appointments, therapy, medication changes, whatever that looks like, these people are in your team and on your side to help you through this, okay? There are a lot of barriers to getting families into CCS. Specifically, like this is a voluntary program that I make a referral to, and I have a conversation with every family before I make this referral, and they're on board before I make this referral. But then North Central Healthcare will reach out to them 3 times, and if they don't get a hold of them, they send them a letter. If they don't respond to the letter, they're closed. Like that's pretty much all she wrote. Is that accurate?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Jill would know.
Yeah. Jill would absolutely know. So, I mean, we've already had conversations, both Amanda and I make referrals to these services. I mean, in the fall, it was insane. I'd send like 10 at a time, and they'd be like, can you send those in individual emails? Sure, absolutely. Let me do that for you. Insurance is a huge barrier for this as well. They need to have a mental health diagnosis. One student I worked with this year referred, was waiting on doctor paperwork for about 4 months. We finally got the doctor paperwork, and the diagnosis that the doctor put on there was behavioral concerns. That's not a diagnosis. And so I then helped the family circumvent. We went back to a previous mental health therapist, got the mental health diagnosis, and that student's now just waiting for intake. So they're gonna qualify for the program. But it took forever to make that happen, you know? So some of these things are not just like quick and easy. Lack of clinicians too. I mean, I know a certain board member who probably is like super crazy because they have a big caseload, right, with North Central Healthcare. And her counterparts do as well. Like it's nuts how many kids that they have and how many needs that they're meeting on a daily basis. So, okay, here's where I just want to talk about our mental health partnerships. So this is on-site therapy. So we have Compass Counseling. That's a new contract that memorandum of understanding that we secured this year. We have 2 therapists through Compass. They provide on-site in-person therapy. North Lakes Community Counseling, our therapist is based out of the White Lake office, comes in, provides face-to-face in-person counseling. North Central Healthcare Outpatient Counseling, they provide virtual services to our students at this time, so they would utilize their school-based Chromebook during a study hall or during a free period and have their counseling sessions during the day. And then North Central Healthcare CCS, obviously, I mean, our CCS case managers are in our buildings all day long, like floating around. Sometimes I'll see them at the high school and then I'll see them at the elementary school. So in the fall of 2021, we had approximately 2 days a week at the high school level of, like, if you were just to count the minutes and the time, we would have approximately 2 days a week at the high school level of clinicians seeing students. Approximately 1 day a week at the middle school level, and we had no counseling at the elementary level in the fall of 2021. At this point in the spring of 2022, we have approximately 4.5 days a week at the high school. I mean, we have clinicians in the counseling center almost the entire time. Approximately 3 days a week at the middle school level, and then approximately 1 day a week at all of the elementaries combined. I have had a conversation with Compass Counseling, and we're super fortunate because both our middle school and high school clinician, that's one person, and our elementary clinician have both said to me, I'm turning down other schools. I like what's going on in Antigo. I feel really comfortable with the communication, the parents, the students. I'm not working in any other schools. I'm committing to Antigo. So next year, our elementary counselor is hoping to provide 3 full days if needed. And I mean, our high school counselor is already here for high school and middle school, is here for 4 full days a week. And I don't know that she'll commit more than that, but it's a lot. And so we're thankful for what she's committing currently. Obviously, outpatient counseling, CCS, they're all voluntary. So as I briefly talked about before, next year my focus is going to be a lot on, okay, how can we break down these barriers? How can we make it easier for students and families, even insurance workarounds? Like, what can we do for this, right? Working on reducing the stigma. So the stigma is less than it was, we'll say 5 years ago, right? It's not as uncommon for people to see mental health therapists or outpatient therapists. Some of our students at the middle school actually are like, dude, how can I see that person? They seem pretty cool, right? So it's a lot less, but we could do better. We know we can do better, and so we're gonna push ourselves to do better to reduce that stigma.
One thing I wanted to say about that is our therapists, and you call them care teams too, they meet at the elementary level, the middle school, and the high school level. They have care team meetings, and that is like our wraparound with it internally, so that there's communication between, you know, obviously they don't violate, you know, patient privilege, but it's about continuity of care as well. And so they set up these care teams with multiple stakeholders within the buildings as well, so that.
Yeah, so every other week, we meet as like school counselors, administrators. Allie Hinkelman, our B grade graduate, comes. CCS, we have students that are on CLTS, which is more of like a medical type, long-term support through North Central. And we kind of get together and we're like, hey, any big things happening? You know, are there things that we need to know about in the school that could help them out? Things that are happening at school that you should know about? And they're really enlightening. Sometimes it's no updates on this student, and other times it's like, oh my gosh, the biggest thing just happened, and I'm so glad we have this meeting today. Go ahead.
Just one question. If you're going to the high school and middle school 3 to 4 days a week, are you seeing any kind of like pattern with issues that are coming up with the kids? So like, is there like a repeat of one topic that seems to be?
Yeah, AODA is huge. Depression, anxiety is huge right now. Social anxiety, going to class. A lot of our students are struggling from COVID where they were remote, right? And now they're in groups of people. So I can't speak to like individual topics that they bring up with their outpatient therapist because
Sure.
I'm really more of the bridge gapper, right?
Yeah.
Like I get them started with services and then I have a release with our counselor, but she doesn't talk to me about what is going on in those sessions because our students are really like, what's confidential is confidential, right? And we respect that, so.
Yeah, I guess I was just
as
looking for a
far
high
as like
level.
topics that families are reaching out for, emotional regulation, especially at the elementary and middle school levels, like they seem to get worked up, they can't work themselves back down, right? That's a lot of what I see there. High school would be more of like AODA, anxiety, depression, a lot of social media stuff.
Bree, can you identify AODA? I think of the people watching right now, so schools have a lot of acronyms, and
Yeah.
so just so that.
Yeah, so
anybody watching
AODA is alcohol and other drug abuse, and so for those specifically, like we have students who are bringing Delta 8 pens or vape pens or drinking or, I mean, this year I had to have a conversation with a student on what the definition of binge drinking was because the student didn't know that. And I explained it to the student and they were like, oh, gotcha. Yeah, I'm a binge drinker. You know what I mean? But like those conversations hadn't taken place, or maybe they just weren't heard, right? Because
Sure.
I know that we have that in our curriculums, but I mean, me there to just have that conversation, like it was really impactful. So there's
Yeah, I
a
can see
gamut
that.
of different issues, but I would say that they focus around certain topics at certain ages.
Sure, that makes total sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Other questions about that? I think I only have a couple more slides. I'm gonna try to wrap it up here. Okay, so, yeah, so this is our social services referral data, and we put this in here just so that you're aware of this. So there were 450 calls to social services from August 1st, 21 to April 30th of 22. 141 of these calls were screened in. And so what that means is that social services follow-up in some manner was required from that call. The majority of these calls and of these calls that were screened in, so well over 50% were due to substance abuse in some form. And then as of May 11th, when we got these numbers from social services, there were 79 children in out-of-home placements. That could be with family members or that could be with foster care. So that was 79 children as of May 11th.
Did they share of that 79? Is that from the reporting period noted above, or just currently 79 out-of-home placements total?
I think on that day, they had 79 students. So that could, we have students in our district who've been out of home for 8 years, right? So I think on May 11th, 2022, no matter when that student or child was placed out of home, there were currently 79. Thanks for clarifying.
Which is, it's an alarming number, so I'm not minimizing that at all. Just with the date range noted above, I was clarifying for myself too.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, that's a really good clarifier. I tried to split them up, but I probably didn't do a good enough job. But I'm glad you clarified, because as of that date, could be 5 years ago, they could have been placed out of home on May 10th, and we would have just, they would have been included.
So who does this include? I mean, where are they placed?
This could be students who are placed with an aunt and uncle, grandma, grandpa, foster care. I mean, it could be a gamut of different placements.
And they don't always stay within our district either. We've had a number of youth placed outside of our district as far as Racine, because we don't have homes in Langlade County, just like every other county at this point. There's not enough homes to fulfill the need. So we are also having youth placed outside of our district.
And those 450 calls, those are referring to students.
They're referring to youth within Langlade County. And
Okay.
so we've asked them before, like, obviously not all of these 450 calls are from the Antigo School District, but I will tell you, I know Stephanie Umland like the back of my hand, because the school district, when school's in session, we make a ton of calls, because if we have any ick feeling in our bellies, we're calling, like, no matter what, right? And so Stephanie will tell you, she's the intake coordinator at Social Services, and Tracy Chernesky is the director. She will tell you that the vast majority of those calls do come from the school district or our direct partners, like our mental health counselors, our CCS workers, regarding our Antigo School District students. Good question. Okay, so at the beginning of the year, I talked to you about 2 different teams that we're going to work on some things. The first team is our school-based mental health team. We've been talking about how can we increase and just make it better, our school-based mental health response and our supports for students. And so the picture on the right is from the Wisconsin DPI, and those are like the 7 steps to creating a mental health referral pathway. So what we did is, Dustin, you don't need to click on it, but just so you're all aware, the link that says this is like our end goal of what we want to do. We want to have an all-encompassing resource website. So not just mental health services, but oh my gosh, we spent hours a couple days ago putting in like food pantry, clothing, family violence crisis. We want every resource that you can imagine to be on this one-stop shop for families, so that if they have a problem or are in need of something, they're like, oh my gosh, I can go to this website and guaranteed it's going to be on there. One of the things that we thought about it as a school-based mental health team, and Amanda and I thought about too, is that we have families that reside in 3 different counties. We've got Langley County, Shawano County, and Marathon County. And so we really needed to encompass all of those counties when building our resource map. We couldn't just include Langley County because, like, my children go to the dentist in Wausau, right? So we can't just include this county. We also included some Merrill stuff because, yeah, our families don't live in Lincoln County, but if you're willing to drive to Wausau to go to the dentist or the doctor, you're willing to drive to Merrill, you're willing to drive to Rhinelander, right? I mean, they're a horse apiece. So we've been really working on developing our resources, making sure it's all encompassing, and then our goal is to have that up before the next school year so that it's ready to use, but we're gonna incorporate some staff training on that website. There's gonna be a referral form that comes directly to Amanda and I, so if you're a parent, if you need to refer yourself or a staff member, it's all right there, and it's gonna buzz right in our email inboxes that we've received this referral, these are the services that they need, or this is what they're requesting. So, I mean, doesn't sound like a lot, but a lot of work has gone into that. Go ahead, Angie.
I'm sorry. So, again, I apologize. I know I have a lot of questions. So, playing devil's advocate here, if I'm a parent that needs something and I go onto this website and click something, could be afraid that it's gonna be sent to a counselor and then I'm gonna be turned into social services, so to speak, from a parent's side of things.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if you've considered that.
Yeah, so our bank of resources, like, we won't track the clicks on them at all. So if you're thinking you need family violence crisis or anything, only when you submit a referral to us are we gonna have any idea that you're on the website.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I was just
Yeah.
thinking, because
Yeah,
again,
we're not gonna track any traffic on the
Sure.
website because really, like, unless you need specific help from us, like, we don't necessarily need to know your business. I don't need to know if you need food resources or clothing resources. I'm just happy that you're actively trying to do something about it, right? And
Sure.
if you do feel like, oh my gosh, I've had families reach out to me this year. I need some clothing resources. I need some food resources. I'm
Right.
happy to help you. And that's not always a social services referral.
Right.
Because they're actively trying to fix it, right?
Yeah, no,
If they were
I
to say,
totally
like-
get it. I'm just thinking
Yeah.
from their perspective,
Yeah.
that might be something, I don't know how you can
Mm-hmm.
put that on there, but that might be something just to kind of get out there on the website saying, hey, just because you're here, just because you click on something doesn't mean that.
Yeah. No, I
We're
really
gonna-
like that idea.
And that's the reducing the stigma, that
Yeah.
is part of that,
Right.
all of that. And
Yep.
Amanda making those contacts even this year as a social worker when families, because we had that, even when Lauren was here, is, oh, you're a social worker, hang up. And she'd go back out and she would talk to them. It really is, comes down, even when those referrals come in, the first thing is a contact with them and talking with them about what it is that they need or don't want, because we absolutely want people to access
Right.
our services.
I think that's a good point, though, because it's not necessarily stigma, it's also just, I'm private.
Private.
This is personal information, so there's, it's not necessarily always stigma either, but it could be, my kid respects their teachers, or, you know, I'm afraid of how it may be received from staff, which would be fair, not saying that that would happen, but those would be fair concerns, I think.
Right, or interpreted from,
Yeah.
yeah.
Our sole purpose is to have it be an anonymous website that you can visit for any resource that you might need in the school or in the community, because
Okay.
that's really what we're focused on, right?
Yep.
And then if you feel like you need additional help, there's a referral form, and our contact information will be on there too.
Is the county able to assist with the resources?
Yeah, I've used a lot of what they've got. Right now, I'm just creating like a Google spreadsheet so that I can maybe sweet talk Dustin Racine into making us a website. He's already told me yes, so that wasn't a blindside.
No pressure.
Bree, is this something that we can also partner with Elko and White Lake and make this a county effort?
Yeah, we've talked about it for sure. Yep.
Yeah, because I see all of the schools at the
Yeah.
bottom here.
Yeah, and I mean, I worked in White Lake, so I can talk to them about even linking the resource website to their website. I went to school with Paige, so I mean, I know Paige too, so we can totally make this happen. So that was kind of my hope. I mean, that it's
Yeah, the
all
resource
encompassing
part for
counties.
sure.
Yeah.
The
The referral,
part,
yeah.
because we can't refer to, we don't know
Exactly.
what other districts have. Not that that's not a bad idea too, you know, depending on.
Yeah,
where we
and
are.
maybe in those conversations, they want like a Elko student refer here, right? Like, it'll come. And I know that it's not gonna be like 100% Cooking with Crisco on September 1st, right? Like, we know there's gonna be tweaks and things that we need to fix. You guys really have to be, I'm so sorry. I told them I was gonna make them laugh. Yeah. Okay, we're ready to go to the next one. So the Mental Health Academy is something that a team of staff from different levels, we had elementary administrators, counselors, middle school counselors, administrators, high school staff as well. Corey Zalzowski, our community rep. I was gonna say input person, I knew that wasn't right. We attended a 4-day training, and the whole purpose of this training was to really kind of take a look at what are we currently offering in our school as far as mental health support? How can we make it better, right? What small tweaks can we do? So we worked through what are called PDSA cycles, which is Plan, Do, Study, Act. And I did send the board an email about this after you got an email from a teacher regarding the survey that we took. So the DPI puts out, it's called Trauma Sensitive Schools Fidelity Tool. And it's essentially a self-rating on how do you feel like we are? Are we a welcoming environment? Is our classroom engaging? There's like 28 different questions. It was a pretty lengthy survey. But then this team helped plan from that survey, we're gonna target those areas that were lower in that survey or that we felt like as a staff, we weren't doing well at. And then we targeted that for our March 11th PD Day, and we provided utilizing teacher champions, so teachers who are really good in those areas. We provided, I think it was like 12 or 13. I don't know, there was a lot of them. Sessions that staff could self-select. So like, I feel like I need to really work on building empathy. I'm gonna go to the building empathy training. I had Andy Mary in our trauma and its impact on the brain session. And so it was really just kind of tailored, and they got to pick and choose the menu of what they wanted to attend and what they felt like they needed more help with as far as trauma-sensitive schools goes. And honestly, we had like overwhelmingly positive feedback from those sessions. They are craving more, they want more. Our hope is to do them in the fall again, like replicate a very similar thing on those professional development days, so that they can not only go to ones that they couldn't see, but they can also start implementing what they're learning at the very beginning of the school year. Because we know that it's March, but it's late, right? So our hope is to really just replicate that in the fall and just keep expanding on it. And then potentially resurvey and say, okay, where's our growth from what we've done from this survey? Where's our growth at? Okay, so the next thing that I'm going to talk about is restorative practices and what our next steps are. So a small number of staff participated in a Canvas course that was really like an introduction to restorative practices. It was modules where you talk about the restorative justice system, affective language stems, and then a group of staff participated in a circles training as well, which is an exercise where I've been teaching summer school the past couple days. We circle up every morning. Today we said a trait about ourselves. So my name is Bree and I'm brave. And it was really just a team building moment. And so that's essentially what the circle training was for the staff that participated. Over 30 staff participated in those March 11th PD sessions. They participated in the restorative practices circle session as well with Chris Robinson and Samara Doulis, and that was really positive feedback. Our staff are craving that really solid relationship building. Groups of staff from our K through 5 are attending Responsive Classroom, which is really like the precursor to restorative practices. Restorative practices is really more of like it's 412. Yeah, 612. So then the responsive classroom is the precursor so that they have a similar kind of foundation in those elementary years before they get to restorative practices. And then 6 through 12 will have a pretty extensive restorative practices training in the fall for in-service. And so, do you want me to play the video?
Well,
It's only 2 minutes, but
it's up to you if you want to watch the video or you can watch it on your own.
I think it'd be helpful. I know there's a lot of
Yes.
people in the community that question what is restorative practices, what does it mean? So if
yeah,
it's
so
2
this
minutes
is
long,
this
I
is
think
a
it's fair.
minute and 52 seconds, and it really gives you a good idea of what restorative practices is, what restorative
I'm a teacher
practices
just
are,
like you. I
and why
teach
it's
6th grade
important.
science, and if you're anything like me, you've wasted your playing time trying to find.
Our world is changing at a breathtaking pace. Social patterns that have long characterized human life are changing dramatically around the globe, diminishing social bonds within families, schools, workplaces, and communities. But humans are hardwired to connect. Just as we need food, shelter, and clothing, we also need strong and meaningful relationships to thrive. With all this in mind, what is restorative practices? Restorative practices is an emerging social science that studies how to strengthen relationships between individuals and within communities. When put into practice, the effects are profound. In schools, students experience greater safety and sense of belonging, resulting in improved behavior, less bullying, and less violence. In workplaces, leaders facilitate direct communication among staff and address conflict as it arises. The result is higher performance, greater accountability, and effective collaboration. In criminal justice, new options allow victims and offenders, friends and family, to repair the emotional harm caused by crime. Throughout our neighborhoods, restorative practices give regular people more voice in the issues that matter most. In a nutshell, restorative practices is the science of relationships and community. Your individual daily interactions have a big impact on the world around you, at your job, with young people, and throughout your community. How we relate matters. This video was brought to you by the International Institute for Restorative Practices. To learn more, attend our flagship event, Basic Restorative Practices, enroll in a graduate course, or join
So
us
that
at
was
a
just a really brief kind of, this is what restorative practices are. This is the goal of restorative practices. So I appreciate us taking the time to watch that. So if we go to the next slide, Dustin.
Like go through it, I mean, unless you want to. But
Yeah.
We're just gonna, this was just an example,
Yep.
kind of side by side.
Yep. So you can go to the next slide, Dustin. Okay, so our social emotional learning curriculum, that was the second team that I talked to you guys about earlier this school year. We had a team of educators and school counselors who really reviewed the social emotional learning curriculum that we were currently utilizing from 4K through 7th grade, which was second step. We utilized some curriculum review tools. We sent some surveys out. Honestly, we didn't get any responses. Like, who wants to answer a survey? Not a ton of people, right? So that team then was like, all right, well, our high school's using 7 Mindsets. They really like that curriculum. It seems to be building pretty good relationships with the students. So let's have a group of educators in 4K through 7th grade pilot the program. And so we gave them access to the program, they did some lessons. It was an overwhelmingly positive response to the 7 Mindsets curriculum of ease of use, the ability to transition from one curriculum to the next, because that's always a concern. And so that is the direction we're gonna go, is we're gonna go 7 Mindsets for K through 12, starting with the next school year. And I put on here that like work is already happening to just ensure that consistency, because we want not only at North Elementary, but West and East and the middle school and the high school, we want them all to be talking about Passion First at the same time. We want that consistency there. Do you want to talk briefly about the work that you're doing to connect them?
So through PBIS, we combine the 7 mindsets. So like Bree just said, at all levels, 4K through 12, we're going to be doing the same 7 mindsets at the same time. I am currently working, as well as the high school and the middle school are working on creating hyperdocs to help give the teachers the tools that they need to help ensure that this is happening not just in the 10-minute lesson, but throughout the day, and reiterated in our behavior, in our discussions of what appropriate classroom behavior and management should look like, in the way that even we're talking to the students that we're working with.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, go ahead if you're.
I was going to move on, so you
Okay.
go ahead.
So I guess I have a question from a board standpoint, and correct me if I'm wrong, that, are you saying that, like say in the middle school, for example, and Heather, maybe you can say yes or no to this, are the teachers going to be taking 10, 20 minutes out of every day and going through this stuff with the kids, you know, and cutting into their class time? That's my first question.
Jess can answer this.
So we already have built in to every classroom. At the high school, it looks a little different, but at the elementary and the middle school, like a 15-minute morning circle time. And this is going to provide the materials that they need to teach it during this time. That is already set aside.
Okay, I guess it's already set aside, meaning that you have it
We've been
place.
using it in different ways. We're going to enhance what we're already doing with this program.
Okay, but are you
We're not taking away, we're enhancing, and we're not using any more
so you're
time.
not cutting it into,
We're not using any more time than we already do for something else. We're just making what we do better.
okay. I guess, and my next question is, with switching from the SEL curriculum that was used to the 7 mindsets, now applying that K through 12, is that something that, I guess, the board should have been made aware of
It's coming up
before?
in your agenda tonight.
So, you know what I mean? But it sounds like to me like you already have the plan in place. Like you've already restructured the day, the classes, before we even said yes.
We haven't changed any structure.
Okay.
No structuring has changed. We're literally moving from second step digital tool curriculum to 7 mindsets digital tool curriculum. No changes happening at the high school. Elementary and middle school are literally just switching curriculum platform.
But there was a SEL class at the middle school previously,
Correct.
and that's no longer going to be.
Correct.
Okay, so that is a change. Okay.
Starting next year.
That tied it.
No, the counselors aren't teaching it. They are still getting the curriculum.
Well, correct. So our 2 counselors that are at the middle school, they had a rotation during the specials rotation for 6th and 7th grade that they were not necessarily teaching second step curriculum in. The teachers are teaching the second step curriculum, well, they were a week ago, right? They were teaching other things. Like I went in and I did mental health literacy lessons for those classes where we talked about building healthy relationships and consent and things like that, right? Those were type of topics that were covered in that rotation class. But the current teachers, their classroom teachers, are teaching the second step curriculum currently, and that will not change for next year. They will teach the 7 mindsets curriculum instead. So it's just a curriculum platform change.
Okay. And again, it wasn't brought to them. I mean, it's us now looking at it, but they've already implemented it before bringing it to the board.
We are starting planning because we need the time to plan it, because we do that. If you choose not to, then we'll
Yeah.
come up with
I mean, our counselors start in April or May,
Okay.
creating the schedule, the lesson templates, the plans for the next school year. And honestly, that's because we're not year-round employees. And so in order to get some of that stuff done and not, I mean, we all have trainings we're going through this summer, like things happen, right? We're not saying that like we clock out in June and we
Sure.
show back up in September.
Yep.
But
No,
I mean,
I get,
you
I
have
get
to
that you
start
have to
it
plan.
early.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I get that. Yep.
Yeah.
No, thank
One
you
of
for
the-
clarifying.
One of the changes at the middle school level, correct me if I'm wrong, Heather, was when we approved that middle school health position, the guidance counselors are no longer gonna come in and teach like they had been doing. Now that would be incorporated through the health position, correct? I think if I recall. Oh, sorry, I always get too close.
The counselors aren't gonna go in the classroom and teach anymore because it's gonna be the health teacher.
Well, they're gonna still go in and do lessons in classrooms. They've had, like, there's specific topics that our counselors are, yeah. So they're gonna go in, they have it scheduled to go into science and social studies periodically throughout the year, but the health instructor is taking over that rotation of the class. It doesn't mean it's gonna be exactly everything that was taught in SEL from the counselor standpoint. It's gonna be a health curriculum, and we're working with Amber Domitz from the high school to create the lessons in the curriculum that we'll teach for our 6th and 7th grade health.
Yeah, and I was clarifying that because I think you were concerned about instructional time that may have been more directed at elementary, but I was just going back to that it's not a loss of instructional time, it's just incorporated differently through the approval of that health position, at least at the middle school level. Okay.
Other questions on that? Okay, so the next slide talks about youth mental health first aid. Kelly Derline and I worked to train our staff at the beginning of the year. We had 4.3%, and this is including all staff, instructional assistants, teaching staff. We all have contact with youth, right? We now, through 3 trainings this year, have 30.4% of our staff trained in youth mental health first aid. Some of you might think, well, our goal was 40%. We were just considering teaching staff in that number, but we had a huge response from our instructional assistants this year attend these trainings, which I think is really important. And so that's why I encompassed all of our staff in those numbers. You can go to the next slide. The next, do you want to do this one?
Just to, all of this work that has been done, that she shared with you, was phenomenal. From Bree in this new role, from our counselors working through the grant and coordinating through Pupil Services. And so I can't speak enough to the progress that we've made with regards to supporting our students in this way. So I just want everybody to give these people a round of applause, please. So the last 2 things we wanted to talk about was just, we got the Get Kids Ahead grant, which is from the state of Wisconsin, in which we are hoping to fund our AODA, our alcohol and other drug abuse programming that we would like to do next year. So we got $38,000 through the state of Wisconsin for this, and that's kind of where we want to target it, just so you guys were aware of that. And then Jake gave us school safety. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Can you share more about how what the plan is to address the AODA? We've talked so much, and how do we meet this need? And there's not providers, so it's not. No. This isn't a school district issue. This is not a Langley County issue. This is they're not providers, or there's a very few providers to address youth and adolescent drug and alcohol abuse. So I'm really excited to hear what this might look like for our district, because it's an unmet need across the board. So I'm just curious if you can share some thoughts on that.
Well, I'll let them share about the class or what they're going to do, but our focus, just like usual, is to try to universally share information with our teachers and our students, and to flood them with as much information as possible, because we don't have people coming to save us. We don't have social workers, so we have to build the capacity of the people that we have.
Right now, our efforts are really reactive. Every student who's written up for a vape or Delta 8 or anything like that, alcohol, any other drug or other issues, they participate in what's called the SBIRT, which is screening, brief intervention, and referral to treatment with their school counselor, and that's in grades 6 through 12. But that's reactive, right? I mean, that's the problem's happened, and now we need to fix it. A lot of our work in my position and in Amanda's position, it's reactive. These students are already addicted, and so how do we help them cope? How do we give them other coping skills? And so if we can help them by catching more of the prevention and then helping the students, I mean, we're not gonna catch everybody on the prevention. And so then how do we have better tools in our tool belt to help them with their coping skills or their coping strategies, or what other types of things they can do other than use? So that's kind of our hope, is to not only encompass the prevention, but also help the students that we've already missed with the prevention, because we know the vast majority of our students we've already missed with the prevention. And Jill's not wrong. There's very few service providers, if any.
And as early as elementary, you know, we have students who have access to vapes in first and second grade. So, I mean, we have to start earlier with the education from our counselors.
Do you see where the parents are using, such as like Delta 8, for example?
Mm-hmm.
Are the parents using it, and then the kids at a very young age are coming in with that? Is that what you're, something you see?
I mean,
or-
a lot of times that's what's happening, right? They think it's, their parents do it, and so they think it's cool, or that's just what people do, right? Right. So,
Learned behavior.
yeah. I mean, a lot of times
behavior.
students are caught with vapes at school, or as a high school counselor, I would talk to a student who's vaping and maybe they don't have one on them, but they're like, my mom buys it for me. So if you take whatever one that I don't have on me, but I have it tomorrow or whatever, my mom will go buy me a new one. So I don't have any desire to quit. And so that's where we need to work on the prevention more.
Okay.
The last thing is just, Jake had shared a lot about the physical safety and the work that they're doing, but we also have a huge piece of prevention, mental health in our school safety too. And so as part of moving forward, based on the last board meeting when we had the school safety plan approved, we've moved forward with assembling back school safety teams. They will be attending the threat assessment team training, although it's very slim pickings through the DOJ. They just had one on our last day of school. The threat assessment documentation has been shared and gone over with the teams to review, and we'll be continue to work on that. Threat assessment protocol means when a threat is made, we do a threat assessment, and there's different levels. Level 1, level 2, level 3, that we run the student or students through, that we will be running them through to determine the threat level, and then what the protocol is depending on the outcome of the threat. So we want to take those very seriously, even when we think it's a joke or whatever. No, we do a threat assessment. Is it truly a threat or is it not a threat? So that will be a part of the system when we have credible threats that come through. And then the last thing is the speak up, speak out. It's going to be taking the place of stop it, and that is starting next fall. And I think that a couple of people have already they've gone through the training. It's free. It's through the DOJ, and all of the calls and all of the things go through the DOJ, and so it's a database, and it comes right back, and we don't have to track it like we did with Stop It. They track it and let us know, and so it's not like, oh, it's shut off on the weekends. So anything credible comes through the police and that. So it's just a different system that I think is more comprehensive. And they provide training materials as low as elementary school so that students can be, we flood them with what they can do and say when they feel that there needs to be something they need to speak up about. So I think that's it.
Yeah, the last page is just resources. I've already shared these resources with you. You also have access to them in a shared drive. But these are a lot of resources that I've been trying to push out into the community. Like Amanda and I went to the Healthy Ways Walk last week, and this navigating a mental health crisis, it literally gives you things that you should say, shouldn't say, ways to approach youth, warning signs. I mean, tons of different things. So they could be really helpful for you. So please take a look at them if you have time, and always reach out. To any of us if you have questions.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is F, end of the year continuous improvement, including the AGR information, I
Mr.
believe.
President. could
Yes,
we get
sir.
a 2-hour break?
Are you
Well,
asking
maybe a
for?
5-minute
Are you
break
asking
after 2
for
hours.
a 5-minute recess?
Yes.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess. Please come back.
I'm just like dragging this on and on and on. Oh, thank you. Oh, and one of these days, I'll go first. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thanks for answering all my questions.
Sorry, it's always my goal to get home by bedtime, and I slightly missed it.
How's it going? Bad? I didn't forget about looking for grants. I just got busy and sidetracked with work and everything. So, yeah. Right, yeah. No, I know, and it's hard to find them all. And, yeah.
Yeah.
We're only here. We're only here. I know. Zip it.
No, you ask her question. She goes, we're only to here.
That's another reason for committee structure.
Yeah.
So quick question, so like on days today, when I worked till 6 and could possibly be late, do you want a text message or should I text her?
Well, after next Tuesday, we'll get set.
This is true, so,
Yeah.
you know, it shouldn't be a problem, so never mind.
But you can let me know if you're
Let
gonna
you
be
know.
late
Okay.
on the next 28th or Thursday when Dean comes. The 23rd.
It's, yeah, usually I can tell, but some days, like today I had to deliver some.
Because you would,
Medications
you'd
to
benefit a
someone.
lot from Dean on the 23rd.
Yeah.
That would be,
I do have some questions.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we will come back to order. We've got 5 board members seated at the table. Well, almost seated. 6 is coming. So Amy, take the floor.
Okay, good evening. So I feel like there's a good connection in a variety of ways between the presentation that we just had about the mental health supports and services and the continuous improvement planning in alignment with that, along with our academic presentation right now, because we know that if students are feeling dysregulated or maybe they're struggling with something, it's hard for them to learn. And we just saw that there's some data to support that there's some needs in our district for students to have more support. So I think there's a lot of connections that we can make between the two presentations. So Justin, if you'd go ahead and open up the report. You've seen this format before. We just keep refining it based on some of your feedback. So you'll see things a little bit differently in some areas, and we'll try to point those out as we go through. So the first part just talks about our goals. Heidi had mentioned that we're in the process of looking through our end of the year data. We've already spent about 2 full days with different teams, refining our school level data and looking at that, and then working on our next plan upcoming for next year. So these goal statements are still at the forefront, and we will be aligning to our achievement goal tonight when we present to you. So we just want you to also be aware that the school goals do align with our district plan, and we do that intentionally so that we're looking at similar data points to be able to report out and create a system of not only support for our students, but also measurement too, so that we're aligning all of our goals and our progress in a similar way. So there are a couple updates for our district demographics. We share this each time. It's a requirement in the AGR portion when we get to the elementary part, but I think it's important for us to look at the district as a whole as well, so we kind of have a comprehensive look at who our students are. So there's a couple increases in our economically disadvantaged group. This was as of 5/24, so we do a final snapshot to the state. So this was just in May. We saw an increase of about 1% overall district-wide of our students who are economically disadvantaged, and then also an increase for our students who are experiencing homelessness. That was at about 0.2, and it increased to 0.7. So I just want to make note of those 2 areas. The other areas stayed pretty consistent and not a marked or measurable increase or decrease. And then here is our
Amy, when is economically disadvantaged measured?
How is that measured, or when is it measured?
When is it measured? Because I'm thinking everybody got a stimulus check last year, and fewer of us should have been economically disadvantaged.
It's actually based on free and reduced.
Which is based
lunch.
on your income.
Correct, and that's self-reported. So we often see numbers decrease at the high school and middle school level. Students don't bring back the forms of self-report, or maybe don't eat anymore at the lunch line, so the numbers we see historically go down. When you do get to the AGR portion, you'll actually see our elementary numbers of economically disadvantaged in the 70s. So here is our district demographics from a race ethnicity standpoint. Again, not a lot of marked noticeable changes, some slight variations in the percentage points there. This slide is reiterating our academic goals, so we're really tracking longitudinally for several years. So we'll see slight adjustments as we go through these trimester reports that we bring to you in our benchmarking, but our goal is to really achieve at a higher level in comparison to the state percentage of proficiency. So when we get into our data source of FastBridge, you can continue on, Dustin. You've seen this before, but some of you are new to the board, so I just want to remind you that this is a benchmarking system, which by the state we're required to have within our schools. So when we not only take the formalized assessments such as ACT, Forward, but we have to have a benchmarking system in place, and FastBridge is our choice. We use it 3 times a year, and we use multiple data tests and reports for our teachers to plan, and also for our schools to plan based on what our students are needing, and then support our teachers in that way to provide those structures. So I just want to make a note here too. When we talk about FastBridge, there are 2 ways that we're going to report out to you today for all of our schools and for the district as well. We're going to highlight not only our proficiency scores, but then we're also going to highlight growth scores. And the reason that is so important is because proficiency, shows us where a student is at any given moment. Here you can see the categories that students are categorized into by the program: college pathway, low risk, some risk, and then high risk. But growth is also important because it shows how much a student is growing within a school year. And I think there's some confusion about why that might be important. If I'm a proficient student, but I'm not growing at the rate that I need to grow, that's a concern because I might at some point not be proficient then. So this test benchmarks 3 times a year. So a 219 perhaps in the fall might not be proficient in the spring anymore. It increases in the spring what I might need to be proficient. So if I was proficient and then I'm not growing, but I still get a 219 in the spring and I don't have growth, that's a concern as well. Also, we saw some students this year who had remarkable growth, amazing growth, but they still remained in the same risk category, like in a high risk category, because they needed to grow even more, even if they were achieving beyond what a normal peer of their age would grow. So we have to look at both so that we're not keeping kids stagnant, but we also want to make sure that we're keeping that proficiency at the forefront of our mind, because that's how our state measurements and our national measurements keep us accountable as well. Are there any questions about that? Because I feel like that's confusing sometimes of why we would look at 2 different measures.
Amy?
Yeah.
Can you explain to the public about percentiles? For example, the red is the 0 to 19.99 percentile. Does that mean that a child that's in the red area is doing less than 20% of the questions correct, which I know is not true? Or is it that that's a comparison to national, and so there's norms set up where they're divided into these 4 categories, and so in some districts compared to national norms, they might, where we have 49% red, have 49% in the blue?
Correct. So the percentiles are based on national norms, and we did that for all of the graphs that we'll show you tonight. You can choose between if you want to compare to yourself or if you want to compare nationally. And comparing to yourself will sometimes paint a rosier picture, but that's not the ultimate goal. We want to be able to reach higher and also be honest, have that normed category of the whole nation. Now, that's not to say that sometimes the norms don't adjust, because as the population of students taking the test increases, the norms actually might adjust based on the population size of the students who are testing, and then it re-norms itself. And I can actually explain that in a visual in a minute when we get to some of the longitudinal data, because it'll be apparent in one of the line graphs that you'll see. So here we have district reading proficiency for this spring. We'll do a side-by-side comparison in a moment between last year and this year. You can see from this graph that there's a large concern still for our K-1 population. We are seeing some missing skills in the oral fluency pieces of students coming from their homes, missing a lot of foundational literacy skills. And a lot of that actually forms from your verbal language and the response, the conversation, the communication and questioning that you might have. So you'll see, actually up next after this, I'll be presenting you with a possible option for approval to help with our incoming 4K students to help increase that oral proficiency, to helpfully help this as well. We've also more recently last year enlisted a new resource 95% group, which has been in place for about 1.5 years to help build some of that foundational literacy. But without the oral language, it's still showing that it's a great barrier for our students. Also, on the right, you can see that's a district, grade 2 through 11, marked proficiency scoring. The reason that they're split is because they're actually 2 different assessments. So at K1, they're taking a rapid battery of assessments at a quick clip, because the amount of expectations for a young beginning reader is a lot of changes in those first 2 years to keep up pace with that. The test changes at grade 2, so that's why there's 2 different graphs, because it's actually 2 different assessments. And then here you can see our district reading growth. So what we're hoping for in a system where students are achieving at the amount and growing at the amount that we would hope, we would want the number in the blue to be closer to 80%. So we can see that we're struggling with that growth that we would like to see at the K1 level. and we're seeing closer to that amount at our grade 2 through 11 level. So it's important to mention that 80th percentile because that's what you're hoping for, and I'll be pleased for the elementary principals to show you in the middle school as well some places where we're seeing some success with that number being close to, if not at 80% for some of our student groups. So here you can see that side-by-side comparison. We are noticing that we have some shifts in the spring in that some risk category that we wouldn't hope to see in the spring period, but we are noticing that we aren't adding to our higher risk category, so that's something that we want to celebrate. But we still need some improvement, like I said, in that K1 area, and we'll talk about some steps that we can enlist to help that coming up. Then when we look at the side-by-side comparison in grades 2 through 11, if you'll continue to scroll, Dustin, please. No, that's okay. Here you're seeing some stabilization in our numbers. When we look back to last year, this is a larger population of students, so the noticing of change will be smaller, but we're noticing that mid-year we had dropped in the past. We didn't experience that here. This is fall to spring, and we're noticing that we're stabilizing but not making the amount of shifts into the low risk or college pathway like we would like to see. So we're going to address that in some different ways, not only in our continuous improvement plan, but our next steps when we talk to you about those by level. So in the past, Dr. Deep, who I know is not here, has asked for some longitudinal data. So I would like to note that this isn't 3 periods that are equally split up because of the year of COVID. So you'll see the first one is actually the winter benchmarking period. I put a little asterisk there because that isn't the spring final because we didn't do a spring final benchmarking that year. But then the following spring, you can see a trend of most of our scores going down a little bit, and then now we're back on the rise here in spring 2022. Now, you might be asking, there's a couple that are showing a peak in spring of 2021. We have some high school students that took the assessment for the first time at grades 10 and 11, and that was a very small normed population, and that population is now growing to more high schools benchmarking. So that's where it shows that example of how as more students norm, the norms might change. So we looked as though we were having some increased scores, but now we know that there's more students norming, and that's actually looking like a decline for some of our high school students. So this is some longitudinal data, so next year when we get to spring, we'll continue, and we would hope that we would see all of our lines trending upward as we do with the green, blue, yellows in this graph. Next, we're going to talk a little bit about math as a district. So here you can see the graphs look different than ELA. We have more students performing in the low risk category, especially at the K1 level. We believe that we can align some specific targeted instruction and changes that we have made at that level to increase that. And then if you recall a couple meetings ago, you approved the Math Institute to also extend up into the middle school levels. This data is part of the reason why, because we were seeing some marked increase in proficiency in our students. And if you go to the next growth graph, you'll actually see a huge increase in our growth for our K1. And also we're seeing a good amount of growth for our students who are in 2 through 11. And when you get into the school levels and the elementary, the secondary, and the high school, you'll see some pockets of real success with that as well. So when we do some comparisons, you can see from last year at this time, we saw a huge increase in our students who are experiencing some high risk in the math categories. And you can see that that's drastically changed this year and that we've really increased in our proficiency in the low risk category. So that's a huge celebration for our district and for our elementary teachers and principals who are leading those efforts. So just one area to note, and then if we go into the 2 through 11, you'll see much more stabilization and also increases in our proficiency here as well, and decline in the area of high risk. Here again, you can see that cohorted data. Again, this is winter, then spring, spring. Because of that school closure, you can again see The spring of 2021, seeing a slight dip due to that closure the previous year, but now we're back trending upward. And again, that red line that peaked in spring 2021, that is a high school level group that the normed group is growing, but we're still looking closely at those as well. So if we think about the conclusions for the district, really we see some stabilization and some shifts in increasing proficiency and growth, mainly noted and marked in the math area. Our staff teams are really targeting efforts to use the data more and gap fill for some of our students who had missed some critical learnings during COVID or for other reasons, and build skills. So up through next year in our continuous improvement planning, we're really going to look closely at our standards and make sure that our resources are in alignment and that they're meeting our students' needs, specifically in the area of ELA. And we want to learn more about assessments and lesson design for all students. We'd really like to mirror some of the success we're having with math in the ELA area, and that's really focusing on strategies that are best for teaching the content, and then housing modeling within that, within our teachers, and we have some structures of specialists kind of modeling that in the classroom and leading PD. So we're looking at planning differently for that next year so that we can hopefully replicate some of that success we're seeing in math across the district. Again, with joining the middle school in that contract as well. So at this time, we're going to shift to the secondary level, which would be high school and middle school. But before I depart, are there any questions or wonderings about the first section of the district level data?
I'm sorry, I'm gonna back up just a little bit.
No,
'Cause
that's
I think
fine.
this is important to, just for me to get the clarification, especially with our 4K decision coming up. On our reading data, is the yellow line that's trending up the third graders? Is that, am I seeing that
Yes.
correctly? So our third graders are doing considerably well compared to K through 1.
Are you looking at the longitudinal data?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah, compared to national, because it looks like our third graders are doing well compared to other classes.
So right now they're trending up,
Yes,
correct?
okay,
Our
thank you.
third graders are trending up. There is not K1 on this graph.
Right.
Because they're taking a different assessment.
Right.
Good clarification, I did not mention that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, first, we're gonna look at our A reading proficiency. And again, that difference in proficiency and growth is that marked score for proficiency wherever they landed on the nationally normed chart, and that growth is taking into consideration where they were at the beginning of the year and moving throughout the year, so really how much impact their learning has had on them. So starting off with proficiency, there's a lot more red than we'd like to see in there. Those numbers that you see on there are numbers of students, they're not percentages. They're so in 8th grade, when you look at 69 and 9, those are the students who had the low risk. Those were the numbers of students in the low risk and college pathway categories respectively. We want to see more separation in there, but you get that separation by your growth. So could you scroll down, please? So we see that we got a higher percentage of growth in 8th and 10th graders, or a higher number, sorry, I said percentage, that's number of students again. We've got a higher number in 8th and 10th grade, and they're closer in that 9th and 11th grade. And when we looked at this data as a school, we had some hypothesis for that. In 9th grade, we had two new teachers start since the beginning of the year, which we thought that was a challenge for some of those 9th graders. 11th grade, we took the Fast Bridge right after, or soon after we took the ACT, and they were kind of tested out. And you'll see some other data in the math as we move forward with 11th grade. But when we look at our math data, you can scroll down now. You see a lot more numbers of what we are aiming for. Those green numbers are that low risk, and which is a good category to be in, along with the blue, which is that college pathway. You can think of it as proficient or advanced as well. But we still want to see more growth, and we did see a lot of growth in math. You saw the district numbers in there. In the 8th, 9th, and 10th grade numbers were pretty good with growth in our math department as well. That 11th grade, again, we're thinking that a lot of that had to do with some of the test fatigue later in the year. That's just a hypothesis. We're looking at possibly moving that a little bit next year, however we can within the testing window. Some conclusions that we have, celebrations. Mr. Mock is one of our instructional coaches, and he really helped us a lot in our data tracker, looking at data in our PLC meetings, specifically in AMath, because our math department really took well in looking at some of that data and really had some good analysis of some of that data, which resulted in looking at some grading practices for future discussion and looking at really where their proficiencies lie on formative and summative assessments. So formative assessments are those checks for learning as we move throughout the year. Summative assessments are like their chapter test or their semester exam. Growth for math in 8th through 10th grades, I mentioned that was a positive. Instructional coaching, again, Teal was a big part of that, along with Jamie Kirsch. And a number of students in the low risk and college pathway categories is higher in every grade level than we have in higher or some risk. And that is true for 8th through 10th grades, but not that 11th grade in A reading. So continued efforts. We need to look at our universal practices, including disciplinary literacy and SLOs related to our continuous improvement plan. We're also hoping for that new English curriculum that's on the agenda tonight, which Amy took us through a really good process in selecting that. And we had a lot of teacher input and evaluation of that. So we're hoping that that will help us as well. And also continued data analysis efforts to improve instruction through collaborative meetings. We're looking at really leveraging that action research that PLCs are meant to have in terms of looking at each other's data and looking at what was successful and what was not successful and then why, along with planning for some instruction to be accessible to students at the start, which is all part of those PLC meetings and that collaborative process. So questions on the math? Or sorry, questions in the high school? Math, ELA? Thank you.
Okay, so similar, we have our A reading first, and we're moving at a pretty good pace with our proficiency. We're excited with our 6th grade. It pretty well maintained, and we saw like 144 students actually meet the rate that we were hoping for with proficiency. So that's an area that we're happy to see that where we're struggling. Obviously, the red is not where we want to be. We're trying to figure out the whole assessment thing too. There's a lot of forward exams, a lot of testing. So like, how do you, as a teacher and as a student, and how do you make sure that you're really taking a look at what that looks like throughout the calendar year? So I think that would be a hypothesis for some of our students too. And it tends to be like that higher grade levels tends to be a little bit different too when it comes to the end of the school year. So. Our teachers have been working really hard with that A reading and focusing on that. So then we go to our A reading growth. Again, our 6th grade is an area that continued throughout the year, and that was even with a change. Ashley Dar moved into a coaching role, and Jamie Falk moved over to the middle school, and we were just really pleasantly surprised that there was no dip. Like it was a very fluent transition. So that took a lot of work from the 6th grade team, as well as Ashley and Jamie and Hannah and Jamie Kirsch as well. So we're seeing 4th grade is still an area that we're struggling with, like that transition coming in. We did make some adjustments to the schedule a little bit. We're, I think, making some strides with the current curriculum that we're having, and then we're also taking a look at how to increase that fluency. Our title teachers are working really hard. We finished up the year with assessments and then placing students in targeting more the following year. And with math, what we've noticed is that we're seeing proficiency there as well, but not at that same rate as we're seeing in ELA currently. And what we're going to be doing, you can go ahead and move to the growth too. What we're going to be doing is we're actually going to mirror some of the things that our elementary teachers, our schools are doing, mainly in that math area. So again, our 6th grade in both ELA and math, those are probably 2 of our highest areas that we're excited about. And you can also see though, like 7th grade 87 and 5th grade at 75. So that again was a surprise actually that we did change a lot this year. We really, Teal also helped our 6th and 7th grade teachers with the PLC process, digging into data, really taking a look at more of what are the strategies that we're using in order to help our students. And then we really focused in on that basic math fluency, which we saw, like the 5th grade made a huge jump from 4th grade to 5th grade. And so now we're starting to see some of those increases going into 6th and 7th grade. So the next slide we're looking at with celebrations, I mentioned some of those. Celebrating our 6th grade A reading and A math. The team, all of our teams work really well together, but I do believe our 6th grade team, they just really, really partner with each other. And like Kevin Kubaki takes a lot of time working on like reading strategies, that interdisciplinary, and then Matt Weber-Paul also with the science. And again, all of our teachers do that, but I really noticed it as a huge factor, I feel, in our 6th grade. We are excited for all of our A math, especially in that 5th through 7th grade. And then if you take a look at the right with the continued efforts, it was mentioned that we are going to go on like to the 3rd arrow. We are going to have the Math Institute, so thank you for passing that. That was something that we noticed at the elementary level was really a huge success. And then seeing the data between that, and then also there was a Dreambox math resource that was added at the elementary. Both of those we are bringing into our middle school next year. So our 4th and 5th grade, we have Julie Dobrinska and Tom Beatty who are going to take the lead working with the Math Institute, and then they are going to be coaching and sharing out with their colleagues. We are adjusting instructional delivery next year with 4th and 5th grade. We're doing partner teaching. So if Amy and I are partner teachers, she's teaching the ELA aspect, and then I would be teaching math, science, and social studies. So we're trying to see if that will help them kind of hone in on some of that instructional delivery and skill, and then they'll flop. We've been doing this a little bit between social studies and science, but now it's going to be more intense with the ELA and also with the math portion. And we'll continue with our PLCs, continue with our coaches helping, similar things that Clint had mentioned. Does anybody have any questions?
All right, elementary, we're up next. So this type of presentation goes back to the requirement through AGR, which is Achievement Gap Reduction funds that we receive at the elementary level. And we report out to you our fall data, our winter data, and our spring data. So a while back, we asked our middle school and high school people to join us. So we have this nice presentation on our performance. So with AGR funds, we get a certain allotment of funds, and there's really 3 main strategies. It's either coaching, class ratio, 18:1 student-teacher ratio, or one-on-one tutoring. And we've selected coaching and the 18:1 student-teacher ratio. And the funding that we receive can be used, as it's been mentioned, but you approved the math contract, support contract with Wisconsin Math Institute. And then the interventionists that we have funded through AGR, work with Paige, and they work with our teachers, and Heather kind of talked about how we've been working on that. They've seen the benefits of that, and how those interventionists are kind of moving from an interventionist role to coaching and instructional coaching. So it's kind of a transition for them and how they're able to collaborate and build off of each other, and the work that Paige has them focus on when she visits. So that's mainly how we're trying to address our achievement gaps, whether it's students with a disability or English language learners. So it's kind of a little intro on our AGR. The next slide, and you've seen some of these numbers that Amy presented. In this particular slide, there's two areas that we saw increases in with economically disadvantaged, and then the homeless numbers. You heard that with our mental health presentation, and a reflection that we want to continue to monitor these numbers as we plan out our strategies. These are more demographic percentages on our different race and ethnic groups. So as the three principals work with our schools, we all look at our performance data, meet with our SLTs, our school leadership teams, meet with our staff, evaluate what we're doing and how that connects to our district continuous improvement plan. So we ask our teachers to develop SLOs, and we then create our own objectives and goals for the school year. So we take our FastBridge data, and we've each customized that a little bit, whether it's proficiency level or growth. And I think it's important to listen to our teachers and get their feedback, and then help craft a reasonable, attainable goal for each of the three schools. So we will be reporting out all general data on our elementary performance.
All right, so first up is the reading proficiency data. You'll note in there that our K and 1 students do take that early reading assessment, and then our second and third grade take the A reading that also is taken by both the second through 11th grade students. Responding to the data, as you'll notice, there is that significant amount of high-risk students at that first grade level. That is a cohort last year. That was our kindergarten students that also had the least amount of growth. So we have been responding to the data based on targeting phonemic awareness instruction at that 4K and kindergarten level, and also supporting more at our first grade level. Obviously, as stated by the secondary level as well, our goal is to have less students at that high risk. You'll note that there are a couple of grade levels, especially third grade, that we are seeing more growth. Another continued response to our data is our partnership with Amy McGovern regarding the foundational literacy training that our staff have also been working towards. And then we do have some staff at the elementary level that are in the Reading 316 program, which also will benefit our students. If you want to go to the next slide. This is our reading growth. Again, KN1 takes that early reading assessment, and the 2-3 is the A reading. You'll notice more growth at the second and third grade level, and less growth at that kindergarten first grade. Our second grade students these are the number of students, but I did want to note the percentage. So almost 81% of our second graders were growing at that higher rate. And 75% of our third grade students were growing at that higher rate. If you want to move on to math proficiency, we are seeing much higher rates of students on track for math proficiency, and that's a huge celebration. We'll talk about some of those celebrations in a couple minutes, but we have really put a lot of emphasis on math, and with the contracts with the Math Institute of Wisconsin, our math support teachers who are also coaching our staff, has shown a great significant impact in a positive direction. So as has been mentioned, we did see an amazing growth. This is a huge celebration at our elementary level regarding math. We're seeing much higher rates of students on track. We're noticing that the growth is significant. And again, specifically, we're designing that emphasis around our math with our standards work, as mentioned before, our Math Institute of Wisconsin. And then again, I can't emphasize enough the amazing staff that we have that are support teachers for math. We have 3 staff, so 1 in each building. And without them internally, we wouldn't be seeing this growth. We need to celebrate this because this is really what we've been working so hard towards. Obviously, we're working towards ELA and math, but we've really put a lot of emphasis on math, and we're noticing that growth. This is a good segue for the celebrations that Rachel will start talking about.
I feel like you've probably heard a lot about the first 2 areas around our math growth and our work with Paige Richards from the Math Institute. And we're really reaping some of the rewards of that hard work. And I think it really has to do with the fact that we have those 3 teachers in the classrooms every single day, talking to teachers, seeing what the students are actually doing, seeing what the students need. Then they're working with Paige, telling Paige, this is what we're seeing. And Paige is like, okay, then this is what are some things you can do next. So it's really responsive to exactly what our kids need, and you can see that in the growth. Dreambox, this was the full year that we had Dreambox at the elementary level, which is a software program which targets certain standards that students are not achieving yet. So they do an assessment at the beginning of the year, and then there's certain standards that they haven't met, whether that if they're a 3rd grader, there may be some kindergarten standards that they haven't met. It is based on choice and gaming, so they do have a choice in what they do, but we have found that we can also tell them, we have this assignment assigned to you. We would like you to do that first before you go into your choice, because we know there's still some things that they're not choosing those ones because those ones are harder. But that's where some of our math support teachers then will reteach those right within the Dreambox program. Hey, this is how you do that. Let's watch this student do that. And then they're having more success with that. You also heard the training that some of our staff had done last summer. So our K-1 teachers all went to the foundational literacy training up at CESA 9. Some of our 2nd grade teachers went, and some of our special education teachers went. Now this year, more teachers are going to that training. Amy also came into our buildings and watched our teachers teach small groups of reading and gave them immediate feedback on what they could do next with their students. That was really helpful to a lot of our K-1-2 teachers. So moving forward, thank you again to approving that contract with the Math Institute, because it's really impacting our students. We're going to continue to utilize Dreambox. We're going to mimic the work we did with math, with reading. So we did a week of inspiration to really get kids pumped up about math. And the focus wasn't on a resource. It was really just on the strategies and the practices that are good for math. We're going to continue to plan and target those skills at every grade level now that we have our essential standards chosen. We are going to use EduClimber. Super exciting. I have used it in a previous district, and when you guys approved that contract, I was jumping out of my seat because it really has data at our fingertips for the whole child. It's all of their academic data, their attendance data, their behavior data, their intervention data, all in one spot. And so the hours that it takes some of our staff to put together spreadsheets and Excel documents to pull all the data, we can get done very quickly. We're also going to be trying a program called Fast for Success. As you've seen the data, it's still quite stark, the difference between K1 and 2-3 when it comes to our reading proficiency and our reading growth. So we know there's still some things we can be doing better with that, as well as understanding FastBridge better. We're getting better. It's our third year using that program as a screener, but we still have things to learn about what is that data really telling us, and now what do we do next to intervene with our students. So that's a program that will teach our title teachers, our interventionists on how to hold effective data meetings using our data, but then also offer some professional development to our teachers. And then we did, you did approve 1-2 support teachers. So as you saw there and Donna mentioned, our first graders are still a very big concern, and I do want to share that that first grade group across the state is really struggling right now. So we do have those teachers. Hopefully we can find some. That's always the issue. We do have the postings out. Some internal teachers are interested, but then we have to fill their classroom positions, but offer that targeted support for grades 1 and 2. Any questions for us?
All right, so to wrap up, you heard a lot of mentions about data, and actually, as part of our end of the year process, this is our first year with having a continuous improvement plan for the district and then also the school level plans. So last Thursday, as the year was wrapping up, our school leadership team in the afternoon met with us as a district leadership team, and we really looked at the assessments and what are we using? Are we using it correctly? What can we eliminate? What's giving us the data that we need so that we can plan more effectively moving into next year and not just taking an assessment because we think we should take an assessment. So we really dove in deep at the school level to see what's really giving us the measurements that we need to plan effectively for our students and then plan ahead as a school. Then on Friday, last Friday, and then today, this afternoon actually, as a leadership team, we're updating our district continuous improvement plan. We're reviewing our data in alignment with the 3 goals. Heidi had mentioned the school conditions goal, and we focused here on the academic goal. There's also a leadership goal around what structures we're doing as leaders to help support our staff in any way that we can in alignment with our goals. So we've been working on that. And then next year, we noticed that we didn't do the best job of monitoring our progress outside of really the FastBridge assessments 3 times a year. So next year, we're going to focus on running our plans in a 100-day cycle, and we'll be reviewing all aspects of our plans in a more frequent basis so that we're not, we're being more proactive in what we're looking at from a school lens and also a district lens. So when we have those completed, we'll be bringing that to you.
All right, any questions for presentation? All the schools?
Does FastBridge require 3 times a year testing?
That's the purpose of a benchmarking, yes.
So it has to be 3 times. And how far apart are so this spring and next fall, how far into the school year are we testing in the fall?
So this year we did it a little bit later in October, but we realized that that was maybe a little too late for small group planning and responding. So we shifted it up a week or 2 into late September, early October. And then the second one is usually after the winter break. But again, that starts to, we have to be cognizant of like forward exams starts having their window open, which are required. ACT testing data is later in the spring. So those are usually in January at some point, and then the last one we tend to do around the end of April, early May.
Because I hear a lot about testing fatigue, and I'm just wondering if there was some way that we could get it down to 2 tests, since our spring and fall really shouldn't change too much where you're at, and you could be using that fall, push it back a little bit, see where our growth is compared to spring, and get it down to 2 tests.
Yeah.
Something to.
Yeah, we are required to benchmark 3 times a year, but we could, I actually made a note as people were talking, I made a note about maybe certain populations of students not taking all 3 tests. Like if you knew you had a student who's maybe in the college pathway or low risk category, you just don't want to miss if there's something that happens and then they're dipping or sliding in another way, but we would probably have other data sources to
I feel like
help us
Teacher
know that. Yeah.
would take up.
So I was kind of, that's not historically how we've done that, but maybe that's something that we open up for conversation.
Amy, did you mention already, how long does the test take per student? It's only like 5 minutes or something, isn't it?
So it varies by grade level because a lot of the K1 are on paper, pencil, and kind of an oral back and forth between the teachers. Some are like a 1-minute probe that they just work on it for 1 minute, and then their response rate, number of correct answers in that minute is then, but the A reading and the A math, they adjust to the students' knowledge, and then they take more or less questions based on their response rate. So it adjusts their needs.
Including input into the teacher's answers. Including the teachers putting all the data into wherever you're putting it. They don't have to put it in. It automatically comes in. K through 1?
No, that gets done by our support teachers.
Could you do it more if you wanted, once a month?
Well, we do some of it more because certain students are progress monitored on certain skills. So sometimes students are progress monitored on a weekly basis. That's a requirement if we're looking for a referral to a student who might be seeking an IEP or we're noticing a need. So some of the students are being assessed on a weekly basis. That's a requirement. But that's usually around a discrete skill, not the whole thing.
Okay, hearing no other questions, Amy, thank you for that presentation, and to all the administrators. I believe we need to give all of our administrators, staff, and especially students a great big hand for all the accomplishments for this year and the achievements that they have done. Okay, Amy, just stay right there. Moving on to item G, CESA 6 4K contract.
So along with not only being more critical of our data sources, we're also being more critical of the support that we receive from various outside entities, because we're hearing of such success with our internal capacity. We really want to continue to grow that. One area that's fairly new to our district is our 4K. And in here you have attached a proposal and a presentation overview. I did not create this presentation overview. This was created by Brittany Meyer, who works with CESA 6, and she specifically targets 4K instruction. We have not always had 4K in our district in a cohesive way, and she's really been integral and helping our grow what should be taught in 4K, what's grade appropriate, and then also helping our teachers and our 4K coach, Courtney, who was one of our 4K teachers, support the strong, not only instructional practices, but now we're noticing a need for some strong oral language and fluency. So in that presentation, we don't have to click through it because I would not be able to necessarily articulate all of the pieces that she was hoping for in that, but you can see in the outline that we're really hoping to improve in the structure of play workshop. And when you hear that at the onset, you might be thinking, well, why do we need more help with play? Like, that just seems kind of silly. But really, play with a purpose is very sophisticated in developing skills for students to be able to achieve academically. And when we talk about oral language and fluency of our students, hearing, responding, talking, playing in a way that's conducive to their needs, then that's really the foundation for helping them grow into an active learner. When you think about it, the first way we receive information is really through that listening process. So when you heard conversations about phonological awareness, and a lot of that is with your hearing, what you're hearing and how you're modifying and adjusting the words that you hear, whether it's rhyming or substituting or, whatever that may be. So in here you'll see some more information from her of what we are hoping to achieve next year. You'll also see a resource that I've been kind of diving into, and that she's modeled some of the learning after. So this book, Shifting the Balance, which I believe is on the next slide, This book kind of shifts thinking. I know that there's been some controversy, not only maybe here, but also in the nation around the science of reading versus the workshop model or balanced literacy. This book talks about those practices from both that are really similar in order to help students' capacity grow and help them achieve as learners. And part of that is understanding spoken language and building that foundation for students. So this book is really trying to help not only me have a better understanding of how we can infuse more of both pieces, but really emphasize those strategies. So she's kind of modeled some of this language off of the essential skills that are in there, and there's 6 pieces in that book that kind of align some of the work and give nods to both the science of reading and balanced literacy, because we have had balanced literacy in our district for many years. And when Rachel talked about that FAST for success and some of that foundational literacy training, there's science of reading strategies embedded in both of those too. So we've kind of already started walking a little bit on both sides of the line because there's benefits of both programs. So in here, she also has some learning outcomes that we would hope to achieve. Something that Brittany really does well is monitoring staff in their learning process and really ensuring that we're achieving the learning targets that we hope for. So the contract that is presented to you is really a thoughtful one that we hope that we can move forward with at the next board meeting. I would encourage you, if you do have questions, to ask me between then and now, or I can have Brittany help answer them. I am not an expert in the area of 4K, and she has really helped, and Courtney as well is learning a lot from Brittany, and part of this is in growing Courtney's internal capacities to continue to grow our 4K teachers in their learning and continue the work in the classroom on a weekly basis so that we're not stopping the learning when somebody isn't here. So I can help to answer the questions now, but if you did have additional questions as you review this more carefully, I would be happy to find the answer to them or answer them if I'm able.
I have some questions. So first off, I was wondering, do you know what our class size would be for the 4K?
So 4K is kind of unique. What we've always experienced as a district is that parents are a little bit, I don't know if it's hesitant or they don't think of it, or a lot of enrollments come in the summer. So right now we have, one school has like 22, one has, I just glanced at them earlier this week, so I'm not going to say it right, but there's low numbers at this point, but that's not atypical for this point of the year with 4K enrollment.
Okay, and then how many teachers do we have for that?
Right now, we're looking to hire a 4K teacher. We no longer have our partnership with Head Start. So in Carmen, who was at Head Start, we were hoping to have in the district, but she moved into a position at Head Start. So in like an office role, she's not currently teaching there anymore. So right now we have I'm thinking of the one that just resigned, though. I think 4 positions, but we're currently hiring because one is resigned. You'll see in the resignations one resigned. Sorry, I was trying to do like the math in my head of who has resigned and who has not.
Okay, so am I understanding you correctly when you say that we have no 4K teachers, or we have 3 or 4?
4.
4. Okay.
4.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Thanks. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Confused there. Okay, so then do we have? Because in order for the play, I guess curriculum module, if you will, to work well, you have to have a teacher, and then you also need to have some type of support person in that classroom as well, especially if it's going to be in the 20s for the number of kids in a class, in order to give the kids enough space to play and, do their activities with the different materials. So, because if you just have just the one teacher in there, it becomes very, they just can't divvy up their time correctly, I guess if you will. So do we have any kind of support?
We have 4K IAs.
Okay.
In each of our classrooms.
Okay. All right, and then the space that we have, is it still at the middle school, or?
No, they're at the elementary schools.
They are, okay. Okay.
And then we do have one satellite site that was discussed last time. We were here at All Saints as well, and there would be support. That's a brand-new teacher who's obtaining her teaching license, but we would support her as well.
Okay, all right, and then, sorry, does anybody else have any questions, or should I just keep going? Sorry. What would be the standards for implementation, and how would we be tracking any kind of progress with the kids? Because it's not, you can't really track it in a standardized way, if you will.
So you're talking kind of about student development. We would see that as a reflection. 4K does take some assessments about their development as they grow, and we measure things all the way from letter recognition to sound development. But first we would want to track like how it's going in the classrooms. And if you look at one of the last slides, I think it's the third to last, something that I admire in working with Brittany that she really does well is tracking that data with really observable and measurable outcomes for the teachers, and they self-report after every session how their understanding has grown, and then the principals and I would work through seeing that in action then in the classroom as like a fidelity check or a walkthrough form to be able to see the work in action then. And then if you see that on a regular basis, then you are would then see those benefits then in that student outcomes.
Okay, so then, so she's going to provide the, basically the instruction on how to teach the play, so to speak, and then, but is there, does she provide like the methodology of like how to do it as well? Okay, and I apologize if I.
No, that's good. She really lays the groundwork very clearly of all of the steps. So the understanding of why, they started already talking about that this year, like why we would need to maybe make shifts. And, you know, when you think of play, you might think of free play, like, okay, everyone go choose an activity that you want to do. But really at that age, when we're trying to hone skills, it could be around purposeful play of like developing social emotional learning skills, like sharing, like how do we turn take? Maybe a student is really kinesthetic, so you want to engage a student in a kinesthetic type of learning process during that play workshop, so that they're learning through their modality that they prefer. And it's a lot about the teacher response and interaction to the students during play to help prompt them to the next level, and getting a response from the student too on how they interact during that time. And there's a lot of reasons why oral language and that play might be dwindling. Technology might be one of those reasons. Less social interaction because of, you know, I hate to keep saying COVID, but a lot of parents did protect their young babies and their kids and stay home more than maybe they would in the past during some of those critical times when they were younger. But technology has a big part of that too, because technology doesn't really talk back to you. That interaction of the back and forth and that exchange is really important.
Yeah, well, and I think a lot of parents nowadays, you know, they come home from work and they're on their devices while the kids are playing over here on their devices. And so I think, you know, like you said, technology has a lot to do with it. So the play obviously doesn't go off of a standard curriculum, you know, textbooks and, you know, that kind of thing. So what about the materials that are going to be needed for?
That's all included, and there is a book study that they've referred to and is part of the process of the structure for learning. And I think it might actually be called purposeful play. I could look that up, but.
So CESA 9 will supply the materials? Is that what you're, or
This is
CESA 6?
CESA 6, but yes, they help with providing the materials, the framework, a lot of resources.
Okay, all right.
Based on WIAA system, I think, the early childhood standard.
Yeah.
So they do have standards.
Mm-hmm.
And the resource is purposeful play is on slide 13.
Thank you. There you go.
Thank you. That's all the questions I had. Sorry.
No. So no action for this, just if you have additional questions, let me know.
Thank you, Amy.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, moving on to item H, 2022-2023 WIAA membership renewal. This is our contract with WIAA. I don't know, Tim, are you going to say something? I don't have a name here.
I mean, this is something.
It's pretty much the same. We're just going to push it onto the board meeting.
I don't
So it's just there for your information. If you have questions about that, contact Tim's office. Oh, yes, Tom Schofield. Yes, thank you, Tom Schofield. Okay, moving to item I, Shepherd's Watch Mattoon. Wade Reimer has reached out and wants to come and have a conversation with the board, and this is the time for him to come and make his presentation. Thank you, Wade.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me be here. I want to talk to you a little bit about where Shepherd's Watch is at right now. As you know, we got the school last year, and we're moving toward getting a school started down in that community. It's actually called Shepherd's Watch Christian Academy is the name of the school. It's fast-paced. Our principal's been hired. DPI has been notified. Our pre-accreditation is in line. Everything's been filed. It's going a lot faster than what we realized. And the feedback from the people in the community has been overwhelming and very satisfying. I'm coming tonight to talk to you guys, without a long meeting. You guys been here a long time, but I want to talk about our deed restriction. I want to see if that deed restriction can be lifted. Gone. It's been 1 year. The deed restriction right now would be in place, and I got a copy for everybody here I'd like to hand out to you guys, just so you can read and see the verbiage here. I don't want to get down a road somewhere and have something backfire on us. We're all in this together. If we couldn't have learned from what we heard tonight with the struggles that are out there, and especially seeing the pre-K and the kindergarten and those types of areas that are struggling, that's exactly where we're trying to focus on. We're going to start out a small school, very small school, that we can get our arms around and really do well what we do with the size that we are, okay? The principal we got is been a principal for quite a while. We are going to be an RSO school affiliated with the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod, okay? We're going to be set up real similar to Peace Lutheran. Okay, this is all stuff that is in play. I would really like you guys to come down and look at what we got going. We want to be a team player with you. We don't want to be feeling we're stealing students from a district, because if we look at the way the world is today and we want to focus on that type of thing, we're losing time. It's important that we truly look at our children and their parents and do what's best for them. I believe you guys are here, but let the rest of us in the game, okay? There's really, really good people out there that are willing to step up and do a role. The reason I'm looking at the deed restriction is because the word compulsory education, even by DPI, their attorneys at DPI, they say it's not a legal term, okay? I'm not fighting that part about it, because I know what we all meant when we said compulsory education. I knew that we weren't supposed to do a school for 2 years down there. But I'm hoping that we can have some dialogue right now. I know you guys ain't gonna vote on this tonight, but we should have some dialogue right now of a reason why you wouldn't want us to do it. At least give me a chance to answer your questions and talk about that. I mean, is there anybody here, I guess I'll ask the question, and public input, do you guys want public input? Do you want your emails to light up, and do you want people to call you about this? Because that can happen too. If you want to hear that part of it, if that's going to help make your decision, please let me know, because we'll make that happen. Because the community out there and around, especially that community and that surrounding area, is looking very, very forward to this. Very, very excited about it. Come down and get a tour. See what the old building looks like now. I think you're going to kind of be surprised. So with that, you guys have any questions? Like I said, I'll hand you guys one of these out here. And just to give you a little bit of insight of what this is just a legal description of the property, but the deed restriction will be on the back of that.
Thank you, Wade.
Thank you.
just take a minute to read that. And you can kind of see what that kind of covers, and you can kind of see where I'm at, okay? Like I said, what we're doing is progressing fast. And it ain't just progressing fast in this public school district, it's across the nation. What we see there a lot with us is even the homeschool families are reaching out to us, wanting to get involved, wanting to get their kids coming up and getting them into a smaller school, and with a Christian setting that would meet their morals and ethics and their values, and be able to get the parents involved in a smaller school. It's hard to do in this size of a school that you guys, the districts that you guys got, but we're gonna do it there.
So just to be clear, Wade, what you're asking is, instead of having this deed restriction end on July 31st, 2023, you want it to end July 31st, 2022?
That would be fine. I mean, really, I guess, what would be the reason we wouldn't do it? What would be the reason that we all could agree on that we would not lift a deed restriction? I can't think of one. And there's not a community person out there that I've talked to that can tell me, why wouldn't we?
Wade,
Go ahead.
you know that when I ran 2 years ago, I questioned why we were fighting Mattoon. And you know that I was for ending the fight. But to end the fight, where the lawyers were involved, the school board needed to make a decision which included a deed restriction through July, the end of July in '23. That's how the board at that time came to an agreement to move away from the fight.
Correct.
And I have to tell you, I did that in good faith, and I'm not going to change my decision even though I think what you're doing is a good thing. Now, I'm just telling you how I feel, because I did it in good faith when we made this decision. So when it comes to things like providing tutoring services for kids, I have no problem with people coming into to Shepherd's Watch to get help. Even now, I have no problem with that. But I just need to be upfront with you and tell you I'm not going to be for changing the deed restriction.
I will say.
Because that was in good faith.
I understand. We're not in agreement, but I understand.
Okay.
Through prayer, I thought about this, and it was a tough decision to come here to ask you guys to do this. Because when we go through life, if we make a poor decision in life, there's a consequence. If we make a decision, there's going to be a consequence down the line somewhere or later. This gives it a chance, I'm asking a chance to rectify something that many people felt was wrong. We spent hundreds of thousands of dollars fighting for the building. Okay, it's behind us. But yet we're going to hold on to, for what reason? All I'm asking is, for what reason would it be that you want to, is it for spite? Is it to prove a point? Or is it to move on and let people bring an education system in there and get rolling on it? We're not going to be able to be a full-grown school this fall anyways. That's not what I'm saying. But there could be some things that we would like to do that would infringe on this deed restriction. Things change in life, okay? We spent a lot of our resources fighting the battle for that school, and we're not going away now, okay? We have to be able to adjust to things in society and things that come up with a common sense and an ethical and a moral values with it. I mean, if we don't adjust and if we hold strong to something, we're not using our wisdom, we're not looking at things with discernment and thinking and using the right guidance that we have for it. just all I can say is give it some prayerful thought. If you're hung up on but what you did, what was done before by the other board there, that you don't want to release, that's so be it. But you have a chance to rectify something that was wrong. That's the feeling that a lot of people have, and myself have. Now, if I was to wrong somebody and I have an opportunity to go and make it right, when I know that it was wrong, I better go make it right. That's my responsibility.
Wade, what is it exactly that you want to do this fall that would go against this deed restriction? Can you clarify that?
Yeah, we are being asked by many families, and we know we can't, that what happens is with compulsory education that age 6, and I'm not a scholar on this, and I'm learning fast, okay, but I'm not the school guy. We have an administrator for that, but when a child hits, if we would have a child care, there's a lot of kids out there that would like to have their kids come as a pre-K, and there's a lot of homeschoolers that didn't put their kids in pre-K, but now they're coming into kindergarten. They don't want them in the public school system. St. John's is full. Peace Lutheran is full. They're not taking any kids, okay? They're reaching out to us. Is there something you guys can do? Can you do a child care? Can we get them in there? I said, well, because we are thinking of doing a child care. We're going to do a before and an after school care kind of too, so when parents can get back. But we ain't got the numbers that you got. But what happens is when that child turns 6, it's considered compulsory education. If he turns 6 in that school year, okay, which most kids do, okay? And that's where the compulsory education thing comes in. We would like to get some pre-K kids there, maybe even some younger kids as our child care. But how can we meet that criteria? And this is the discussion with EPI. How can we meet that criteria for that homeschool child that wants to come into the school system, but he didn't go to pre-K, and the standard says that if he, if he gets to be in kindergarten, when he's 6 years old, that's considered compulsory education. That's the struggle we have. We're like about 3-4 months of a difference of time there. And we'd like to get our feet wet. To be really honest with you, we'd like to get our feet wet in the building. So we want to do what we want to do right. We don't want to go in there and be willy-nilly with it, okay? Because that's not going to get anybody anywhere. We want a chance to do it right. And I don't get it. Is it a money issue? Why we wouldn't lift the restriction?
So what you're wanting to do is establish a pre-K program only for this year.
Our school is going to specialize on reading, okay? Our whole focus, some of our funders, Drexel Foundation's funding us, other ones are funding us, is we're focusing on reading. It's a phonics-based program that Laurel Collins and them had taught, similar, Just what she's got going there now, there's people coming from Abbotsford, bringing their kids there. I mean, it's amazing little program. Bridging those gaps in those kids' brains. Some kids really struggle with reading. And just listening to you guys, it's ironic I come to this meeting tonight because what do I hear? I hear the pre-K and the kindergartners struggling with reading. And why is that? It's because their parents ain't spending time with them too. Just like you stated, electronics, I mean, that's all there. And that's what we would like to do, is start to get some groundwork. We're talking people in that community. And it might be overflow that Peace Lutheran can't handle. It might be overflow from St. John's. I'm hearing you're willing to work with St. John's on some stuff, but another school like us starting to come in, it's like, hold it a minute, I mean, is it good for one? Shouldn't it be good for somebody else? We're trying. I mean, I could buy some land in Montana and go settle in the dust somewhere. I mean, but I'm choosing to do this in my retirement to try to help where we're at. I don't get it. I'm getting fought by my own community.
Wade, do you have an approximate number of families that have approached you to say that we would like to have this pre-K program only? Because that's what I'm hearing you say, is that's all you want to do is pre-K.
We're looking at 5 or 6 kids.
5 or 6 kids.
If it would be that many.
You're talking pre-K or kindergarten?
Well, discussions would be, if this deed restriction was gone, the discussion's going to be more discussion. I already discussed with DPI, to where we're at. And they understand totally how this works with homeschool, 'cause most of these are homeschool. Okay, but what's happening now in some of the homeschool ones, if they can find the right place and if they can be involved, they'll put their kids there. It helps them out, okay? And we're finding out that, you know, with the homeschool ones, we can't do it now because that child would turn 6 and we would be against this speed restriction.
But a 6-year-old's in kindergarten, right? Not
Yes,
pre-K.
Yes, yes.
So
And you got, there's pre-K on our, right here on our deed restriction.
So you're asking for pre-K and kindergarten?
Yeah, because
The-
a lot of
those two grades.
Yeah, a lot of the, those 2 grades.
Okay.
And that would allow us to get our feet wet,
Right.
you know. We wouldn't, there's no way possible we'd be able to do, even time-wise, teacher-wise. We do have some teachers that are willing to do this, okay? That are retired teachers that are not taking from the district here, that's not what I'm saying, that are excited about it. And they're just, so I just struggle with it.
Are you currently accepting open enrollment applications?
No.
Okay.
You're not intending to be a voucher school at this time?
We can't be a voucher, we are gonna be a voucher school, but we can't be for this year. We're just going through the administrative training right now. In fact, it's just happening right now.
And when could you be a voucher school?
Next year will be a voucher school.
2023?
Yeah. Yeah, so our people will enroll for our voucher program in January, starting like January, February, just like what you're, like all the other schools. In fact, the administrator we got comes from a voucher school.
So what about families that have a kindergartner and say they got a 2nd grader? You're not going to do anything for the 2nd grader at this time?
At this time?
At this time? This year, if we remove this?
No, because we don't have the criteria met with DPI. All the paperwork and all that stuff is not totally met with DPI to do a full-blown school. Because you could take that all the way up to 8th grade then, you know what I'm saying? And we don't want to do that because we're not ready for that. But we are ready to get our feet wet with a small number of kids to run through the cycle and see how it goes. Because our goal is to be a pre-K, a perfect scenario would be a pre-K to 4th grade. Okay, and maybe our first year is 35 kids, 30 kids. Okay, that'd be like almost a perfect scenario. We wouldn't want to go over 55 kids with what we got established or what we know financially, what we can do. I mean, we had professional budget people come in. There are many people helping us with our startup that have done this all over. And with the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod, their consulting firm, where they jumped in and everything falls in place because they know how to get it done. So it ain't like I'm reinventing the wheel myself here.
So you're saying next, not this coming year, but the following year, you would have 55 kids in 5 grades?
I'm not
at a max.
That's just a number that. At this stage in the game, that's just a number that you put out there to figure your budget. I mean, I'm getting kind of like Tim here now, trying to figure a budget out. But I'm not the guy really doing it, but I got to understand it because I want to be involved. Yeah, it could be. I mean, I'd love to see the school capacity. I mean, I would love to see the school eventually get 100 kids.
In 5 grades or in 9 grades?
Well, it all depends, you know. And there's a field there. I'd love to see a high school someday.
Okay.
You know, it's a different scenario. You know, there's ethics, morals, and values, and Christian values that a lot of people, those that would come to that school, would be involved with. You know.
So if the restriction was lifted for the fall, you would be looking at 4K in kindergarten only, correct?
Yeah, we wouldn't really even outright advertise that. You know what I'm saying?
But those are the 2 grade levels that you're targeting to open for your kind of like your soft start. Yeah. And ideally, would you see 5 to 6 students total between the 2 grades, or 5 to 6 students per grade? Not sure. Okay.
I'd say total. And I'm not sure.
Okay,
And I wouldn't be sure. There again, it would have to match up with what we could do teacher-wise,
Sure.
aid-wise, so.
we talked about the grade ranges and your goals, so I was just wanting to make sure in terms of your request that I was understanding for sure what you were asking.
Yeah, next year, like Andy suggested, you don't want to split up families, if you can help it. So we don't know as we get going if we end up, we really don't want to go to 8th grade. The building size just ain't there. 6th grade possibly, but then we also wouldn't want to have a child come for a 6th grade, then leave the school, have to relocate in 7th grade, you know what I'm saying? So if they came at 5th and they were there for 5th and 6th, and we had a number of kids that we could do there, a lot of our classes are most likely going to be 2 classes, combined classes. In fact, the administrator that we have has had really, really good history with that, with small classes. Because the kids get a chance to learn something twice. They don't catch it the first time. The next year, they got a chance to, and a lot of times the kids will help teach the other kids. So, we're basically, guys, what we're trying to do is get back to some basics, just back to some basics.
So you said that you don't have the paperwork filed with DPI to be a full-blown school. Do you have everything filed for DPI for the pre-K and kindergarten
We will.
without this restriction?
I can't file it with this restriction. What good would it be?
Okay.
I'd be wasting their time. And I don't, we don't want to go down a road that we ain't gonna be able to go down. And I don't even know. I mean, with the deed restriction lifted, if we get into it so far and they throw a wrench to it, or somebody else throws a wrench to it, but maybe it can still be a childcare to a point. But what happens then, if you have a family that cannot get their kindergarten placed in a school of their choice, they're forced to go to the public school. I know we're in a public school. They're forced to go to a public school. So then they homeschool them, and then now what happens is, now, if they ever want to get into a school, there's criteria that's got to be met. And actually, there's never been a legal case where they haven't let them get into a school. But to try to meet that criteria that DPI has in place for a kindergarten, or, once he turns 6, it's compulsory education. Now he's required to go, the parents are required to send him to school.
What would be the financial
Impact?
Yes, thank you. If we were to drop this and if they,
It depends on where those students would come from. If they came from the Antigo School District, then it would have an impact on us. But those students could come from Wittenberg, Burnwood, it could come from Bowler.
so we would lose the student money.
Yeah, they would open enroll, just
Yeah.
like we
Lose the
have.
student, and if a student in Antigo wanted to go to the school, we
Yeah.
would provide them busing. So we'd have a bus route for that kid, or kids. Yeah,
Tim.
Heidi, what did you say there?
Yeah, Tim, come on up and say something.
So, I think, what I would ask the board to do is to balance, certainly our community has parents with children from all walks. And I had a conversation earlier in the week with Danny Pyatt, and I talked about, as the business manager, I worry about the fiscal impact. And when we have voucher students, that fiscal impact this past year was $8,333 per student. Gets deducted from our aid that is sent directly to that school. So there is a fiscal impact, and so for me, I'm concerned about that. And that impact, we get to offset that by levying the additional, so we take the $8,300 and we put that on the levy. So all of the residents of Antigo are levied the voucher tax, or the voucher aid reduction. Our district ranks 16th in cost per student out of 422 districts. You know, and it says that our parents in our community are choosing something that's different than the public option. But my concern is, we have run operational referenda for many, many years to improve the public school system and the supports that we've talked about, especially tonight. So there is an impact, and the impact is directly on our levy to the tune of over I think it was $836,000 last year. And by the sounds of it, that it's going to be greater. So, you know, I understand Mr. Reamer's intentions, you know, and it's no different than what Peace Lutheran is doing. But there is an implication for the public school system, and in particular, with my office trying to juggle the needs, I certainly want the board to know my position, and it's not, we're in the state of Wisconsin, over the course of the last 20 years, has reduced, we used to be in the top 10% of the nation in per student spending. As a state, we are now somewhere in the mid to high 20th of ranking out of 50 states. So we have resources that are limited, and we're trying to fund two separate systems of education. And the public school system has been on the short end of the stick as of late. So again, I appreciate what Wade's trying to do, but there is an implication for the public school system.
Tim, you threw out that number there, that we're 16th in.
We're number 16th. I ran the numbers. I looked on the revenue limit formula.
Is that 16th from the top or the bottom?
We're number 16 out of 422 schools on the cost per student.
So wait, it's the cheapest or the most expensive?
Most expensive.
The most expensive. We're at $409 per child that's enrolled in the district for the voucher program. And it's
This is for the voucher program, not overall. We are ranked number 16 for the voucher program. Is that what yours?
I'm saying if you take the per student spending for vouchers, not the dollar amount, the per student amount, we rank we're number 16 out of 422 schools. And it does speak to where our community wants to send their kids. So yeah, our community is telling us something, there's no doubt. But I think it's important to get the full picture, that the board understand the numbers.
I just want you to think about one thing. If you're a low-income family, I see you grinning, Andy, I'm gonna focus this at you. If you're a low-income family, you can't afford to send your child to a private school, correct? The voucher program was designed to help low-income families. We can't help what it does to the public school system. The parents have a choice. Now, if we had an income, we could send we know those on some of the board here would send their kids to the St. John's. They had the money to do it, okay? What about that low-income kid that comes from a low-income family that wants to go to a private school? It could be the next president of the United States, and we're gonna push him somewhere where his parents don't want him to go?
Yeah, that's a good argument, Wade, but what about the low-income student that's left here in the public school, but we've taken part of his money and given it to the voucher schools? We give a lot of money.
You're not giving it to, it's taxpayer money. It's not your money, it's the state of Wisconsin taxpayer money.
It's taxpayer money, but
Yeah.
funding for voucher schools and public schools, I mean, if you have a student with disabilities, how much money are you gonna get? What percentage of money are you getting?
The child still has to be educated,
You're getting 100%.
you know?
In
Yeah.
the public schools, we're getting 28%. Where does the other 72% come from?
The problem,
We take it from other kids. So every kid in our district that we get money for, we're taking $1,350 from them to pay for what we're spending on special ed, but in the voucher school, you're getting 100%.
But you're not picking on St. John's, you're picking on the voucher schools. And the reason why you're picking on the voucher schools is because you feel it's coming out of your pocket. But you're not thinking
It is
about
coming out of my pocket.
You're not thinking about the child, Andy. What if that child was you or one of your kids, one of your grandkids? Just think about it a little bit deeper. I mean, it's real. And Tim hit the nail on the head. This ain't gonna get easier in the public school system. Whatever you do, you have to downsize and do it well, okay? You're not gonna be able to hang on to everything you got and without having the students there, because they're gonna, just being honest, I mean, if they're gonna leave, they're gonna leave. It's coming, you can see the writing on the wall. It's difficult all over.
And I have to say, I agree with you because, you know, as a parent, you know, I want my daughter to be in where she can learn what she needs to learn and not be distracted by, you know, kids that are out of control or, you know, curriculum that isn't up to snuff and stuff like that. And let's face it, if our scores were better, we wouldn't have so many families leaving our district. We wouldn't have so many families wanting to homeschool. But we're not there. So, I mean,
We could blame it on a ton of things. We can blame it on the economy, we can blame it on the poverty rate, we can blame it on everything. But it's no different than my kids. I mean, it takes an effort. I mean, it takes an effort. When, you know, I have a son that's an engineer, and we raised 2 doctors. You know, they came through the public school system, but it took parental work to do it. That was the difference. And Christian values and ethics and morals didn't hurt. Okay? I'm getting resistance because of dollars, and all I can ask you guys is be careful what you fight for, because we all are gonna answer someday what we're fighting for. We're all gonna have to answer. And those of us that are Christians here realize what that's about. And that's just words of wisdom. If you get anything out of it tonight, take that home with you. But you guys ain't gonna decide tonight. I don't wanna take any more time, so you think about it. And
Anybody else have any questions? Trina?
Not really a question, I guess, so sorry. I'm hoping that we can get more information, maybe a little more background information about the negotiations that happened that put this into place, because it sounds like both sides invested some legal funds in this. It was a big issue. I definitely don't know enough about the actual inner workings of it. I know what the public knew. I know
Are we allowed to go back to closed session because it was related to litigation?
Not tonight.
I mean, not tonight.
No, not
but I mean
tonight.
published, if it's posted.
like, are there things that we can read to better understand the decision that was made?
It's all in your computer. I can talk to you and show you where it's at.
Perfect, because I feel like there was a reason why the decision was made, and in order to feel competent in even talking about it, to be totally honest, I want to look at what that reason was. If there were that many lawyers and that many legal fees involved, I don't feel right now I can give any opinion on either side of it. I mean, your school's coming in for sure a year, and that's great. But right now, I don't feel like I can accurately,
yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, but it's gonna be real clear to you. You're gonna see that it was a fight to, I was told right till the end, until the night before they went into closed session and come out and voted 9-0 for, I was told right up to that point, Wade, you're never gonna get that to be a school.
And I 100% believe you, but
You need to believe me, because
there
that's
was
what,
a lot of
that's the
legal
way it
fees
was.
that went into
This is what
that.
we're up against, and we wonder why we're struggling in the district when we got something as simple as this, and we're willing to fight like this. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense.
So what Wade is asking for is this will come back on June the 28th for an action item, and the action item would be moving to remove the deed restriction from the deed, so Wade, or not Wade, but Shepherd's Watch can begin the school with having those 2 grades, pre-K and kindergarten, beginning in the fall of this year. rather than waiting for next
Yes,
year.
even if it would happen. I'm not saying it's gonna happen for sure, but we would like to proceed that way and try to make it happen. Because there's kids out there that are counting on it.
Do you feel any guilt for making an agreement with us originally and now trying to change the promise?
I don't feel any guilt. I don't feel any guilt, but I see first of all, why would I feel guilt?
Well, you agreed to abide by
I
this
did.
for 2 years.
That's why I'm
and
here
now
to-
you're breaking that word, right? And now
I'm not breaking the word. I'm here asking if we can
change it.
change it.
So
What's
you're
wrong with that?
breaking it, changing it. Nothing's wrong with it. It just, I don't know.
Well, no, it is.
We were relying on that
Your
assurance.
verbiage is different. It ain't breaking it. I'm asking if you can change it, lift it. Now, you can use that verbiage that way, but that's not what I'm saying. Maybe that's what you want me to say. That's not what I'm saying.
I think what he's trying to say is based on new information that they just want to do the pre-K and kindergarten this next
The
year.
more you fight us, the more the people see you fighting us. And
But
if there's-
we made this agreement to stop fighting you, and now you're trying to change it again.
I'm asking you to, isn't it about educating kids?
Right? You remember we won the lawsuit, right, originally, and we were on to appeal, and we agreed to do
Correct.
this.
And we weren't going away. You look at the taxpayer money that those decisions spent, just to give us the building later. And you're telling me you did me a favor, spending all that taxpayer money? You didn't do me a favor, young man. You didn't do me a favor. You hurt the kids of the community and that community, is what you did. So don't point your finger at me. And you ain't doing me a favor. Okay, this is not about me. This is about education. And I'm just willing to stand up here and tell you. Okay? So pick your battles with the people you want to battle with. But make sure they're the ones you want to battle with.
Do we need to consult Dean on this or no?
I have spoken with Dean, and we are Wade is well within his legal boundaries to do this.
Okay.
So ultimately, Trina and the rest of us, it's up to the board come June the 28th. Whenever we see it on the agenda, there'll be a vote, and at that vote, and we'll see where the chips fall, whether he can go ahead or has to wait until the 23-24 school year.
Okay, one last question. Do you want to hear from the community? Because if it's gonna bring no value and waste their time, I'm not gonna rally the troops. But if you're gonna do what the community wants you to do, I'm gonna rally the troops, and your phone's gonna ring, and your emails are gonna go off. If that's what it takes to get this done, that's what I'm gonna do. So do you want me to do that, or do you want me, because if your decision's already made, and you've got other reasons, and you're gonna go against what the community, the people that were gonna take their time to reach out to you and tell you, then I need to know that, because I'm not gonna waste their time.
I don't think, Wade, that we can sit here and say that whether a person can call us or email us. Everybody has that right to do that, regardless of whether you rally the troops or don't rally the troops. You know, if somebody is as passionate as you are, they're going to send an email to the board and that's what I would suggest, is if somebody's going to send an email, send it to all 9 board members, so that way not one board member is getting singled out. I think that's the fair thing to do for all the board members to receive.
That answers my question.
And I would also suggest that I wouldn't, whoever you have email the board, don't expect the board members to respond with how they feel, other than with a thank you for letting me know how you feel. Because then their response will come out at the meeting on June the 28th. Because if the board members respond, and you are asking sending this to all 9 board members, and board members begin to respond, it becomes a walking meeting at that point. So that's why the board members cannot respond with how they feel about it. Does everybody understand that?
Can there be dialogue independently with board members from the community?
As long as it's independently.
Yeah. And I would suggest them to do it independently.
Yeah.
And just do all 9 of them. You know, if there is dialogue, at least, that's how there should be. There should be some dialogue. So.
Absolutely.
Any other questions?
All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Wade.
Thank
Okay, moving on to item 3, possible action items. Letter A, before I read letter A, as all of us can see, that Dr. Sprague is not here tonight. She told me several weeks ago about not being able to be in the meeting. She sent me an email and in our meeting that we had Wednesday, she suggested something that I read, and I asked her to send the script. So this is what she would say if she was here, and this came to me on June the 9th, at 7 o'clock in the morning. Good morning. Here's a statement regarding our start and end times position. After much consideration and after consulting again with our transportation partner, District Administration is recommending no change to our start and end times for the 2022-2023. Since the 2021-2022 school year has come to a close and our 2022-2023 district calendar is on the board agenda again tonight, we have resigned ourselves to keeping the same start and end times we have currently. Factors for our decision include Antigo High School was able to add only 2 minutes per class, and secondly was increased concern around safety and traffic flow with the bus hub at the high school. And the last thing that I just penciled in was the fact that, and Dr. Barta was present for this meeting with Dr. Sprague, was the bus hub would remain at the middle school and not be here at the high school. So having said that, from Dr. Sprague and the administration, letter A is Reconsider Wednesday, 1 hour early release for the 2022-2023 calendar school year.
I made the original motion, so I'll read it again. I move that the board reconsider the 2022-2023 school calendar to reflect the Wednesdays would remain full school days and eliminate the 1 hour early dismissal. The district would then have 4 quarterly in-service days of October 28th, 2022, December 12th, 2022, February 20, 2023, and May 1, 2023.
Second.
Now, at the meeting with Dr. Sprague, she asked that I revise my motion. I can do it as an amendment, but I'm going to do it as she asked, which is to revise it. I move that the board reconsider the 2022-2023 school calendar to reflect that Wednesdays would remain full school days and eliminate the 1 hour early dismissal. The district would then have 4 quarterly in-service days of, and here's the change, September 30, October 28, 2022, December 12, 2022, and February 2023. This thus gets rid of the May 1st, 2023 date and makes the in-service date September 30th.
Second.
Okay, the motion has been amended from currently to exclude May 1, 2023, and have an in-service of September the 30th, and it was seconded. And Mary Kay, you have that revision in print, don't you? Okay.
Before you,
Is there any discussion?
I missed, well, I listened in the tractor, so I didn't say much. But I was listening in the tractor, I got bored, sick of my audiobook. So the Science of Reading Facebook group for Wisconsin, every month or so, they've been having lunch with administrators or something. So they had one with a principal from Thorpe. And so it was a 25-minute YouTube video, pretty good, I listened to it. And I had Dustin make a 3-minute clip today because I didn't think you guys would want to watch all 20 minutes, but I just thought we should listen to it quick before we vote. I see Julie's already conceded on this, so it's sort of irrelevant, but I made him go through all the effort, and we've already been here for hours and hours, so.
Rather than watching the video, Dustin, send that to all the board members, please. Thank you. Send the whole entire 20-minute
I mean,
video.
it affects your vote, though, Danny. That's why I want you to see it. It's very quick, if you don't mind.
So the video is the superintendent from Thorpe, and they have been using this where they have teacher collaboration and they look at data. And they started this, I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago. And I went back and looked at their school report card, and at that time they met expectations. And then I looked at their most recent one, and they exceed expectations. So they have some data that shows that this has been a good thing. And I think she describes it well in this little clip that JD's talking about. And so I think it would be worth people listening to. For 2 minutes, we've been here for 4 hours already.
Was that the only factor that was changed in that report?
No, it just talks about how the teachers are meeting and how much this helped. And now when they could, oh, we weren't meeting, it wasn't working. And now the teachers are meeting weekly. And our scores went up so much in the elementary schools. I just thought before we completely discard Julie's advice that we should at least put it out there for the public to see it. You know, it's.
Would have been nice if all 9 board members would have had this before the meeting instead of just 2. But Dustin, go ahead and play that 3 minutes.
I should have sent it out before, but I was in the tractor and I did it at 10 o'clock today. It was slacking.
We can increase a typical student's learning by nearly 3 months in both reading and math annually. So that is why I am saying and stressing that it's those instructional conversations that we have with our teachers that are so critically important. So how is it that we do collect the data and accept the data? In the work that I've done as a building leader and a district leader, this is the plan that we've used, and this is what Thorpe was using before I got here, and this is what we've continued to use this year. There are 3 collection periods. There's a beginning of year, middle of year, and end of year benchmark assessment. Right after that, we have a data meeting to look at those benchmark results. We then use those results to set up small groups within the classroom, intervention groups that will be pulled out, like by an interventionist or a title teacher. And then we also set up the next set of assessment data that we'll collect, and that's our progress monitoring data. Following those benchmark data meetings, we also have 6-week check-in meetings to see if our students are making progress. And in those meetings, we look at, are they making progress? Are they not? And what are we going to do about it? We also have added weekly meetings to review our progress monitoring. I did that as an elementary principal, and I can tell you that is when the data just completely took off. It was on a trajectory of making progress, but when we really drilled down to look at the weekly progress monitoring data and came together as a team to look at who made progress, who didn't, and what are we going to do about it, that's when we saw an increase, a significant increase in our data.
Dustin, you can still go ahead and send the entire video if you have it to everybody. Any other discussion?
I would just like to say, personally, it's not the meeting that I didn't think was a good idea. There was no plan for this, because I do believe we will revisit this in a year. I firmly believe that. Let's have a plan for the students and maybe look at how we can plan this meeting so it doesn't have quite an impact on learning, whether it be a Tuesday and Thursday with athletes are already leaving early, so less kids are impacted before school, possible different options. It's just a suggestion.
Yeah, and that was my biggest struggle, and also I reached out to Danny because I think there can be value in collaborative time. My biggest struggle, which I've expressed and I've not hidden that at all, is the fact that there does not seem to be a plan, and that's really where I struggled after my vote was I voted in favor of something that does not have an identified plan to implement, and there's a lot of unknowns, and that was my struggle. And so I agree with you, Kristen. I anticipate this will probably come back to us in a year or two. I don't think there is a plan in place to implement for the upcoming school year, and so for those reasons, at this point, I don't support a collaborative time. And I also think there's other strategies, and I did reach out to Dr. Sprague in terms of how to look at a collaborative schedule that is more productive, such as mornings really reflective of a Merrill schedule that doesn't disrupt learning. It doesn't take away from breakfast time or other important times of the day. My point is, like, it's not disrupting the instructional time. So I did also follow up with Dr. Sprague and share some thoughts and ideas as well, because again, I think there can be value. I don't think what was presented was sound.
Let me bring this back just for a moment, because we're actually talking about the amendment that was made of striking May 1 to change to September the 30th. So that's what our discussion needs to be around.
I thought, Dave, I thought you just read that right into your motion. You made that change when you read the motion?
I made a revised motion.
Yeah, so that
That's what
is
Dr. Sprague asked me to do.
to revise the motion.
I
is
could have
to-
made an amendment and made it where we got rid of May 1 and replaced it with September 30th, but the way Dr. Sprague asked me to do it, and she presented me with this piece
Yeah.
of paper to do this for her, and she asked me to make a revision of my motion, which I announced.
Yeah.
So I could have done it as an amendment, but I did it as a revision of
So
my
the-
original amendment,
So
or
there's-
original motion, sorry.
So there's not an amendment on the
No,
floor?
sir.
No,
No, sir.
it's a revised motion.
Yes.
We
Just
went back and
changing the
forth.
day, September 30th and adding September 30th and getting rid of May 1.
So what I heard from the meeting was more meetings, more meetings, more meetings, and more meetings for our teachers who already are up to their eyeballs in meetings. And I think that, like what these ladies said, there was no real plan on how to implement this, first of all. Second of all, if we utilized our in-service days more productively and gave our teachers, in-service meetings that were beneficial to them instead of kind of bogus stuff that they already know or that they don't need to know, I think that, we could definitely use our time more productively and still be able to collaborate.
I think, well, go ahead.
I just have a question. In the statement that you read from Dr. Sprague, what did she say about the start and end times? Are they staying
Staying the same as they are this
7:45
year.
to 3:03?
Yes.
Whatever the times were this school year will remain for next year with the same hub at the middle school.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
And all times for all buildings would stay the same.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Was the original idea any better if only the elementary school did it and not the middle school or the high school, or maybe just the elementary and the middle school? Just for future reference, not for this year.
For a late start, early.
For, just
collaborative?
for the 1 hour, only do the 1 hour on Wednesdays in the early grades when the teachers don't have as much time to collaborate.
I shared that.
That was the biggest issue, was there was no plan for those kids.
For the younger kids.
Correct.
And the elementary is the place that needs it, the
Yes.
collaboration.
Yes.
And they were the problem, and Donna,
So it was a problem for you because the
Made it
enrichment
very clear
programs
to
weren't
me.
laid out in more detail?
Correct. There wasn't any, that was like thrown out that there may be some enrichment, but what it was and who was going to do it. And I think that we should look at a time outside of class time. I think before school starts is ideal.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And teachers should be paid additionally for
Correct.
that time.
They're working plenty of hours outside their contract, let's give them an hour paid.
I guess if administration doesn't want to battle us anymore, I don't either.
I think that was shared. The level that needed it the most is elementary, and elementary seem to have the most barriers in how to be able to effectively use 60 minutes because of the other pieces of the puzzle that they have at their buildings that the middle and high school don't. So I really wanted to see it most effective for the level needed the most. And I think it can happen. I think there's certainly, moving forward, that's not in this discussion, some ways to make it more effective.
Any other discussion?
Any teachers want to chime in?
The motion on the floor is I move that the board reconsider the 2022-2023 school calendar to reflect that Wednesdays would remain full school days and eliminate the 1 hour early dismissal. The district would then have 4 quarterly in-service days of September 30, October 28, 2022, December 12, 2022, and February 20th, 2023. So you are voting yes or no. Yes would be to eliminate the 1 hour early dismissal. In other words, remain school days the same as they are now for the next year, 2023, 2024. Everybody understand what you're voting, how you're voting? Mary Kay will do a roll call vote, please.
Bardo,
Yes.
Borneman,
Yes.
Maddock Nelson,
Yes.
Matt Miller,
Yes.
Mary,
No.
Schreiber,
Yes.
Schrader,
No.
Hyatt,
Yes. And the motion passes. Item B, renewal of the motion to consider approval of position analysis graduation specialist. The reason this has come back to the board is we received some more information, and Allie Hinkleman is here from the Boys and Girls Club to present a few items on this. Graduation specialist, that's the reason that it came back.
Yes.
Allie, thank you for being here.
Thank you for revisiting this topic. I'm going to be handing around a flyer for everyone that just quickly gives a snapshot of the B Grade Graduate Program. Perfect. So, as you can see with the flyer that's being passed around, that's also up on the screen. Currently, I have 25 students that are on my caseload during this past 2021-2022 school year. 75% of those BGG students improved their English grade and ended up passing with a passing grade. 63% of BGG students improved their math grade, and 56% ended with a passing grade. So that's all of my 25 students in all. Once I go through the presentation, I will kind of get into more detail about my 25 students. I will be breaking them up into students who have been in the program for 1 year versus 2 years, just for reference.
Before you go any farther, Allie, I have to entertain a motion from the board.
Sure.
Before you go.
Okay. And then lastly,
Hold on 1 second.
oh, sorry. Sorry. I'm getting too
I
excited.
know, I want to go too.
The motion hasn't been put on the floor yet.
I move the board consider to renew the approval of the position analysis for the graduation specialist as presented.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. You can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Lastly, all 25 students on my caseload have the opportunity to attend 2 free college trips. One was taken last week to UW Green Bay. Another one will happen this Friday to UWSP. And we are taking 6+ business tours this summer. That's happening every Wednesday, all around the Antigo community. And of course, that's free for the student, the college trips, business tours, and later I will explain more of the benefits. Those are all free to the student. So, we could get started on the presentation.
Yeah, we don't have that.
Oh, no, I didn't have it, I just said.
Otherwise, I can just talk about the
That's fine.
B Grade
Yes.
Graduate Program more in depth here. So, the program started about 10 years ago in Milwaukee. They got the grant for it. They enlisted the clubs in the Green Bay area to pilot the program. And so Green Bay has had the pilot for about 10 years, same time Milwaukee has. And Green Bay found that when they do mentor students who are deemed at risk by administration in their schools, I'll talk about that further later, when they are in the program for at least 2 years, they see improvement in English and math somewhat. So the goal of the graduation specialist, or my position, is to meet with students 1 hour a week. That's how Green Bay did it. That's how they saw improvement. And during this 1 hour a week, the graduation specialist focuses on any struggles that the student's having or barriers for school. So that includes homework, classroom assignments, attendance problems, or behavior issues as well. This program is free for the student to be involved in, and let's see here, the program is most effective when the student's family, teachers, and the graduation specialist are all working together to support that student academically and at home. So there are qualifications, of course, for the student to be kind of introduced to the program, I should say. So the student to be considered for the B grade graduate program has to be in the grades 6th through 12th. That's a cutoff for it, that's just how the grant works. The student also must, this is a must for all the students wanting to be in the program, be TANF eligible, so that's WIC programs, any other government assistance, or be in the school's free or reduced lunch program. With that, that's a must, or they can have one of the following, attend 85% or less of eligible school days last year, so that's attendance, had at least one course failure in reading or math, and then is behind in one grade level. You can choose any one of those. However, of course, qualifications keep expanding, and that the child must be TANF eligible or receiving free or reduced lunch, and then have one education-related issue. So that could be just low grades, C's, D's, and F's. Have a family member who dropped out previously, school behavior problems, low educational aspirations. So that has to be one of them. Another one has to be poor parent-child relationships, single-parent household, lack of extracurricular involvement, or low self-esteem in general. So those are just the qualifications to get into the program. So it may seem long and tedious. However, the students who are recommended to me from school administration, teachers, or guidance counselors already have a very good grasp on their student and how well they would fit into the program. I also use DUES to help kind of sort students based on need. So DUES is dropout early warning systems, and the school administration provides that for me just so we can see what students are in highest need for this program. So, as I said before, students are selected by school teachers, counselors, or administration. Administration brings those students up to me saying, hey, we think that the student may benefit from your program. Can you do more investigating on this? And of course, I am all over that. I want every child who comes forth to me to succeed. That's my job. So with that, I triangulate the information with the qualifications I just listed to you. I make sure that the student's family is TANF eligible or on free reduced school lunch, and the rest of the qualifications. Let's see here. And it's also very important to note that this program is voluntary, extremely voluntary to the student. So school administration might come to me and say, hey, we have a list of 10 students. Can you check in with them and see if they want to join your program? Sure. So I can go up to each 10 of them, and maybe 8 might say, you know what, I don't think I need your program. Okay, we find it best when students are ready to succeed. They'll put in the effort with my time, teachers' time, their own family's time to academically succeed in that way. So the B grade graduate program is made off a check and connect model. This has been used by Green Bay, and that's kind of what the grant is through. So the check is monitoring warning signs of academic withdrawal, attendance, trends, behaviors, and course performance. And then the connect piece is having interventions with that student. And so that's the 1 hour a week piece where I would connect with the student, go, hey, these are your grades for this week. I see they improved. Let's celebrate. I see they maybe fell. Why is that? How can we get that up further? And that's a weekly connection that we're making, just to make sure that that student feels supported. And we know that students' academic success can be based on what happens in school and what happens outside of school. So the great thing about the B grade graduate program is, you know, being a club entity, we try to focus on that outside of school part also. So I help in school, the club can help outside of school to make sure that that child is well-rounded and feels supported in every aspect of their life. So, student involvement. So I'm just gonna throw some numbers at you guys. For the kids I have currently that were in 6th and 7th grade this previous school year, I had 9 kids. Those I had at the high school level were 16 kids on my caseload. So the maximum that the B-grade graduate program in the state of Wisconsin, the maximum students per caseload is supposed to be 20. I am sitting at 25 students, and I'm happy that I can help all of them the best that I can. However, it is more than what the average graduation specialist should be handling safely and productively. Some other demographics is I am serving 15 males, 10 females. With race and ethnicity, I am serving 23 white students, 1 Hispanic Latinx student, and 1 student who identifies as 2 or more races. And I know the question came up last time about success rate, so I just wanted to clarify that. We have not had seniors in the program yet. When we started the program, we wanted to start with 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, since they would be more willing to open up to the program and see where we could go from there. And that was across all clubs who started with the B-grade graduate program. We did not differ from any other club that started this program. But we can start taking a look at current trends. So those who were in the program for about 1 year, that's a lot of my middle school students, a lot of my high school students are veterans with me for their 2nd year. A lot of the middle school students, 67% of students improved on their English grade, and that's just in 1 year time. 56% of those students improved on their math grade also. And just a sub off of those, 67% of students received a passing grade in English by the end of that school year, and 56% of students received a passing grade in math. So when I say improving, a lot of people might be mixed up thinking that improving and passing might be the same thing. I have kids starting in math with 0%. And you can't expect them to pass with a D the next quarter. That's a lot to ask for a student who has been writing 0s to 20% their whole school life until this intervention happened. So just to see it jump, that 56% who were getting 0 to 20% math are now passing math by the end of the year is astronomical. So those kids who have been in the program for 2 years, which is the recommended amount of time per Green Bay and Milwaukee, 57% of students were passing English by the end of their 1st year, and that has increased to 86% of those students passing English by the 2nd year. Those who were passing English the 1st year were also passing English by the 2nd year, so that means that those students who weren't passing their 1st year were now passing. By the end of the 2nd year, only 1 of those students who were on my high school caseload did not pass English. 71% of students were also passing math by the end of their 1st year in the program. Just some other student information for you guys. For the students on my caseload, I would say were more in and out of the program, that they had kind of other placements and other personal family obligations. So administration would have them work with me when they found it helpful. However, they were in the program previously. So these were a lot of my 2nd year students who 1st year they were with me, 2nd year had a lot of different placements going on, so they were in and out of the program. And then, 5 of my students were discharged from the BGG program during the last school year, so I wouldn't say it was 1st quarter. It was all throughout the school year that these 5 students were discharged due to obtaining IEPs, moving, or being homeschooled. So even with, by the end of the year, having these 5 students discharged, I was still at the maximum of 20 students. So talking about just AHS students in general, 85% of them are on track to graduate. So that's 8th through 11th grade right now. 2 out of 13 students are off track right now, and 3 students were discharged due to the moving IEP aspect.
Can I ask a question on the IEP?
Yeah, go ahead.
So if they get an IEP, then they no longer eligible for your program?
Correct.
The reason why that came about, Jill, great question, is because when we first started this program and we met with Amy and Heather at the middle school, we really wanted to target the kids who don't have supports currently. So when you have an IEP, you have a case manager. So we were really trying to find those kids who maybe didn't meet the threshold for a case manager or having an IEP, but who still needed the extra support due to the high DUS scores. So it's not necessarily that Allie wants to step back and not work with them, but
Correct.
then it's a duplication of services to have 2 case managers.
Correct, I just was clarifying because it seemed, okay.
Yep, thank you for that question. And just some barriers that we're seeing with the BGG program. We've been in the Antigo School District, this program specifically, for 3 years. I have been in the place for the graduation specialist for the last 2 years. So some barriers that we're seeing, not only at this club, but Wisconsin-wide, is lack of communication from parents and guardians. As to me and to teachers, you know, we need the triangle, the student, the parent, the teachers, and me to be all on the same page. So that lack of communication from parents and guardians really does hinder their academic success to the fullest. Also accountability of the student. So me and the teachers might send, for example, homework home with the student and say, you know, mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, aunt, uncle, just so you know this, your child has homework due tonight. Can you please have them do it so they can turn it in tomorrow? And it's lack of accountability. Of course, there can be other things happening in the household, but this is just what we're seeing statewide. Not accepting BGG benefits to the fullest extent. So other BGG benefits include homework help after school, which is, all of this is also free. Free programming at the club afterward. We also provide free snack, free supper, and even a ride home if they want homework help. We give them a bus ride home for free. College tours, business tours, free school supplies. They get new backpacks with brand new school supplies every year to last them the school year. If they need anything between the beginning and the end of the school year, school supply-wise, we provide it for free. Another barrier is lack of graduation specialists in the school district. I mean, compared this school district compared to the other BGG clubs around Wisconsin, it is me and 2 other graduation specialists who are the only ones split between the middle school and the high school. So other school districts are seeing caseloads that they can help 40 kids who need it, who are not going to slip through the cracks. And it's kind of hard when it's me split between 2 schools when, you know, we could be focusing on more kids at both schools. So of course, these struggles can affect the outcome of the student and their academic success. Let's see here. Also, another benefit that is wonderful that I love about this program is that students, when I meet with them, we set goals, depending on what they want to improve on. So that could be grades, attendance, behavior-wise. And when they reach that goal, they get to pick their reward. So that shows them that, yes, putting effort towards something can result in not only, you know, the reward that your goal shows, but they also get a reward just for their hard work. So, and that's a appropriate goal that is assessed by me, of course. So let's say their goal was to pass English, get a D, or I mean, like a high F and bounce it to a C minus or whatever the case is. And they go, you know, if I can do that for the semester, I want lunch. Allie, can you bring in lunch for me? Yeah, I'd love to do that. Actually, one of my students who was in high school had Arby's for the first time because she reached one of her goals after a semester, Arby's. I had another kid try Culver's for the first time because of this. And you should have seen their light on their face. Not only were they passing whatever class that they wanted to pass, which is amazing, they put the hard work into it, but they also got to try something new that they probably wouldn't have tried in their regular house or just not being in the program. A lot of my students are also supporting siblings with their jobs. So some might say, well, Allie, why are you meeting with them during the school day? You know, they have class or they have this, they have that. Well, because they don't have time to do it at home. A lot of my students have a job to support their own family, a job to support their parents. They're in high school trying to make ends meet for their family. And that's hard. It really is hard. So just for me to pull them an hour a week from their study hall or from maybe one of their specials every week, I don't try to pull them during, you know, these very intense classes like math and English. I want them to stay in there and get that information. I'm trying to pull them during times where, you know, they have free time or it's not as detrimental to them or their grade. So just for an hour a week, I meet with them and try to give them the support they need so they can pass school. And I mean, as you see in the numbers, it's working.
Yeah, I was just gonna touch quickly too too, because I know there were some questions. So this partnership with Be Great Graduate and the clubs and school districts is across the state. There are many school districts that have grad specialists in place that are partially funded or fully funded by school districts. We are actually one of very few clubs in the state of Wisconsin who do not have a partially, if not fully funded grad specialist as part of this grant. I don't think Allie gives herself enough credit because she does more than help these kids with improving grades. She's a positive support and role model in their life where they otherwise don't have it. I would love to say that our teachers, our counselors, our administrators get to meet the needs of every single kid in our school district, but that's, as you can see, that's just not the reality of it. So Allie is a positive support and mentor for the kids who might not be participating in after-school activities. Some of them might not be showing up to classes. They might not have a study hall. She gets to be that person, and I've seen the connection she makes with these kids, and she is their person. And they say that the biggest determinant of how a kid will be successful in life is the positive supports around them. So Allie gets to be that one person for a kid. And we would love to have another Allie, not specifically Allie, although we have been asked if we could clone her. We would love to have another Allie in the school district. And the reason why this was brought to us was not because we want another graduation specialist, although Allie does really want one, is that because her referral list is pages long from administration. Administration has a referral list for her that is pages long that she cannot get through. I've had teachers email me, I've had counselors email me, I've had multiple people reach out to me and say that they need another graduation specialist in the school district. The staff here at this school are asking for this.
Any questions for Corey or Allie?
I guess it's not really a question. I just want to say thank you for all your hard work and everything that you're doing. You know, the services you provide are awesome. The issue that I guess take with being partnered with the school for paying for the position is, one, we can't afford it. Two, I think that, you know, the Boys and Girls Club of Langley County in Antigo here offers 82 programs throughout the school district, or out the school year to the kids, and that's great. I see you're looking at me like, what? That's according to your website. Yep. And so with that, I think it's important to note that additional grants could be applied for. I mean, the grants that you guys have gotten so far in 2022 is Walmart Community Foundation, Wisconsin Tomorrow Main Street Bounce Back Program, Covantage Cares, the Wisconsin Department of Administration's Beyond the Classroom grant. That's what's so far in 2022. Grants that could be still applied for would be the 21st Century Community Learning Center grant,
which would not cover a graduation specialist position. That has a very specific funding stream that has very specific programming that needed to be with it.
Correct, but then other funds could be maybe utilized and pushed that way. So hang on. FAFSA assistance, AmeriCorps grants, there's a grant through CELCOM, the Wisconsin Workforce Innovation Grant Program, Career Pathways for Youth Grant, and the Future Forward grant.
The Future Forward grant was in place, and
Okay.
it was taken away by the school district.
Okay.
Also, the grants that you're speaking about have allowed us to open a teen center to serve teens in our community, specifically in a specific space, which we opened on Monday, and we had 50 teens show up. We served our highest rate of kids on Monday, 189 kids. We charge a very minimal rate. School year memberships are $25. Summer memberships are $100. It costs us $860 to serve a kid each year. So we charge very minimal fees. And then the second grant that you're talking about, the DOA grant, went towards hiring a mental health coordinator, which has been a vital position for this community in collaborating with the school district and the Boys and Girls Club and making sure that we have wraparound services for every single one of our members who come through our doors. And making sure that when they are seeing a counselor here, that we're collaborating and make sure the same supports and things are happening at the Boys and Girls Club.
Sure.
Because we see these kids more than their parents do. Between school and Boys and Girls Clubs, we are the constant.
Yep.
So we have hired a mental health coordinator with that. So yes, there are funding streams out there, but at this point in our 2022 budget, we do not have the funds to provide additional grad specialists. That's not to say we wouldn't look for funding streams in the future.
Sure.
We would look for funding streams in the future. I know sustainability has been a question, and we would take on the responsibility of making sure that we could sustain this position moving forward. We're asking for the 2022-2023 school year funding.
Thank you for that. And I take issue with us paying for this position if it's, especially with it being through the Boys and Girls Club, and the fact that we've talked with Tim, and we're already going to be short in the coming budgets. So and I know you're saying just for this year, but I
thought it was a 2-year contract.
Is it 2 years?
It could be a 2-year contract.
I thought it was proposed for 2 years.
Okay, so then after the 2 years, we would find additional
So
revenue
I think
streams.
ESSER funds, right?
the ESSER funds.
Yeah,
Sure.
so that's
Yep.
what's being requested of the board is approval for 2 years, correct?
Yes, if that's what the contract is. Yeah.
Yeah, correct, for a duration of 2 years. That's what I was clarifying, right?
Yeah, and I also want to reiterate, because I know this was spoke about at the last board meeting, but Ally is fully funded by the Boys and Girls Club. So the school district gets a full-time funded employee through the Boys and Girls Club to meet with these kids. So yes, I understand that the school district will be funding the second position, but we, for the last 3 years, have provided a fully funded school staff, basically, through the Boys and Girls Club.
Right, but the Boys and Girls Club works very hard to help all kids of the community with their school, with programs, like the after-school program, and, so it just goes in line with what the mission of the club already is. I'm not saying that what you're doing is, it's great, and, and everything, and yeah, in a perfect world, sure, we would like to have 3, 4 of them, like you said, at the other bigger, more urban areas have, but we don't, our funding is not going to be there for it. I think we can use our ESSER funds in a more responsible way for our taxpayers than for this. And then, I think that's where we're at, in my opinion.
So I would say that ESSER funds are intended to help students recover from the effects of the pandemic. And there's, I think, maybe 2 years ago, maybe one graduation specialist was enough, but there's been a lot of students that just haven't fared that well during the pandemic. They're not engaged in school like they were before.
Yep, I agree.
And I would like to think that, in 2 years, you don't need 2 graduation specialists. We'll be back to only needing 1. And this, it's,
I agree.
what are we going to use that ESSER funds for? We should be using it for kids who need the help right now.
In our school district, we shouldn't be employing somebody from the Boys and Girls Club with money that was to be utilized in our school district for our kids, and I know our kids are your kids.
They're all the same kids.
Yes,
We're a
that's what I'm saying.
community, and
So-
we're a village
Yeah.
and need to do it together. And also, it specifies in ESSER funds that you should be collaborating with other youth-serving organizations within
We
your
are.
community to use the ESSER funds. So this is a perfect opportunity to collaborate with another youth-serving organization to utilize the ESSER funds.
We're already donating quite a bit of ESSER funds to the Boys and Girls Club. Transportation, after-school
75
program,
But
yeah,
that all was happening way before ESSER funds.
No, that was with ESSER.
it's coming out of ESSER funds now.
It's coming out of ESSER funds now because it can come out of ESSER funds.
When
But
it was
those
happening
those
before, yeah.
MOUs have been in place before ESSER funds were a thing.
Yeah.
That it wasn't, those started because of ESSER funds. So
I
I
know.
just want to clarify.
Yes.
Because the after-school program was in place long before ESSER funds were a thing.
I think what that was about was Andy saying ESSER funds and going back to the community involvement serving youth. And so I think if I heard you correctly, that was simply to say that we are using ESSER funds with the Boys and Girls Club right now because it does fit within the ESSER description.
Yep.
So,
And I think there are tons and tons and tons of grants available. You name it, there's a grant for it. I've never seen so many grants available from the state, federal, nonprofits. There's grants galore out there. There's no reason why this would not be funded through that.
Most grants have specific
I know that.
things that are tied to them.
I'm a
so you
certified
can't-
grant writer, I know that.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, we can't, it's not because we're not applying for grants.
Mhm.
We have grown our budget significantly because of applying for grants.
Right.
But they're all tagged to specific things. We
Right.
have a budget that is a one-year budget,
Mhm.
and so we have already allotted those funds to other places.
Right.
And again, we were approached, asked how we could have a second graduation specialist.
Mhm.
From teachers, from staff, from administration, they asked us how we could have a second graduation specialist in the school because of how vital it was.
Well, I'm not disagreeing that, you know, again, you're doing great work and everything, and the Boys and Girls Club does great work for the community and the kids of the community and everything. I'm just saying that from the school district standpoint, I don't think that we should fund this position. I think that that there could be grants out there that they could find for it.
I'd like to share that. Ally, I can speak to your work. I absolutely, you don't have to sell me on it. I've watched you work. I've seen it in action. So you're valuable, 110%.
Yeah.
My previous vote, and likely the way in which I'll vote tonight, is no reflection that your work ethic is subpar at all. And Corey, I appreciate that you reached out to me, and we had a conversation, so I'll share that in terms of what leads to my thoughts in making a decision for a vote. It is absolutely not at all anything negative towards the club, because it's huge to have the partnership with you and the report and the impact. So that's not anything, that's not a negative or me saying that the club isn't providing enough or I don't feel the club is valuable enough, not at all. As I shared with Corey, and I'll share with the board, from my perspective, and one thing, Corey, too, that I thought of after is we have approved new positions. One thing that we haven't talked about is, could the new positions that we did approve meet these areas? Currently, because a struggle I have is we have a wide variety of needs within our school district. We have funding that is very time sensitive and limited, and it's going to run out. So how do we make the biggest impact with the funding we have? Also knowing that some of those things that we fund, we're either going to have to maintain in some capacity if it's not a one-time purchase, or be in a tough spot in 2 years when we approved new positions that we now have to figure out how to fund because we don't have ESSER. So from my philosophy with ESSER is I'd like to see it cover as much as possible, variety of areas of needs as possible. I also struggle that it's a 12-year contract and our teachers are not contracted for 12 months. So I do think that that's a struggle. So my vote is no reflection of the work you do. I'm very appreciative to what you provide the district. Corey, what the club provides to the district. I'm simply seeking to place a vote on effective use of limited time funds and expanding to meet a wide area of need.
Any other discussion? Okay, hearing no discussion, you are voting on accepting this position analysis for graduation specialist that was presented. Mary Kay will do a roll call vote, please.
Borneman,
Yes.
Maddock Nelson,
No.
Matt Miller,
No.
Mary,
Yes.
Schreiber,
No.
Schrader,
Yes.
Bartle,
No.
Hyatt,
No. And the motion fails. Moving on to item C, consideration to approve the Antigo Middle School Social Studies curriculum purchase.
I move the board approve the middle school social studies curriculum purchase as presented.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Now we can have discussion on this motion.
I just have a quick question. Does it meet the new Act 30 standards? With the
Yes.
Holocaust? Okay.
Amy, I'm going to apologize to you up front, but I am going to make a motion to postpone. I move to postpone the motion on the floor until the July 2022 USDA school board meeting.
Second.
These are my reasons. One, President Pyatt and I met with Dr. Sprague on Wednesday, June 8th, for 1 hour and a half going over the agenda. This item and the next 5 items were never mentioned and were added without consultation with the board president. 2, these 6 agenda items will cost the school district $499,557.09. That is just short of $500,000 that has just been brought to us Friday. It is imperative that all board members, as representatives of the community, because I've had phone calls, be given the opportunity to review the materials associated with these curriculas and what other curriculas were not chosen and why. 3, it is my belief that the curriculum emphasis for our school district must be on the selection of a new English language/reading curriculum for our 4K through 6th grade students, and in addition, a new math curriculum, especially at the high school, but to look for 4K curriculum that must be forthcoming. So those are my reasons.
Okay, the motion on the floor now. Can I have your paper, Dave?
Sure. Mary Kay, you have it.
Mary Kay, you've got a copy of this? Yes. Motion on the floor now is moving to postpone the motion on the floor until July 2022 USDA school board meeting. So that would be, what would be the date of that? July the 18th?
Yep.
That is the motion on the floor. So we will direct all of our discussion toward that motion on the floor.
I just want to say that the Wisconsin state statutes mention several times that school board duties include evaluation of curriculum, especially when the school board has is in the bottom 5% scoring of all school districts, which we would fall in. And it specifically lays out exactly how in-depth we should go with reviewing the curriculum, and that, what else is there? And it's all curriculums. It's everything from reading to math to, everything is listed in here. And if anybody wants the statute numbers, I'd be happy to give you.
What are those statute numbers?
They are Wisconsin State Statute 118. And 115.
118.115?
No, I'm sorry, hang on a second.
Okay.
It's 115. And it goes through 120, I believe. And it covers quite a bit of what the school board's roles and responsibility, powers and duties, and everything like that. And it has a specific section that talks about underperforming schools and what should be done. So
What section is that? Do you have that right in front of you? If you don't, that's okay. Everybody can find it.
I believe it's 118.42. Give me 1 second. Let me find the one where, hang on a second.
While she's looking at that, Amy, is there a means by which the board can approve this curricula in this time?
You mean look at it, or just?
I would just like to make a few comments, because this is unexpected, and I feel like there's a few points I'd like to make, if that's okay.
As long as you're making your points to the motion of postponing, you're good.
Yes, they will
Okay.
be. This is the first time that I have gone through this process of eliciting a process with our teachers that took the entire school year to do. And it could not have been brought forward until this day, because some final decisions were just made last week, Monday, in regards to selection. And my concern really comes around the timeline, is if we postpone until July, materials will not be here in time for, number one, for our teachers to review and prep, and number two, for our students to then have them in place for the start of the school year. I hear you, and I understand that in the future, I would need to have a decision sooner and in May. And I also hear you in the fact that there is a potential possibility of a committee structure. I completely understand that it is a lot of money. We have a lot of resources that have not been updated for a very long time. I understand all of these things. But also, I'm feeling saddened by the amount of work that our teachers, coaches put into this process during this year to vet these resources in a very thorough, meaningful way. And I just am very disappointed to hear this at this point. So I understand your reasons, but things will not be in place then for fall.
Is this quite a bit of digital curriculum, correct?
There are digital bundles, yes.
Yes. So if we're looking at getting digital bundles, I'm not sure how, I mean, I understand that, you know, we might have to wait a little bit on the textbooks if we run into timing issues, but if it's digital, then I don't see how it wouldn't be ready for fall. And I appreciate all the work you've done on this and all the work, you know, the teachers have done on this and everything like that. Like you guys said, it was, you know, it wasn't mentioned until just a few days ago that we were even going to be discussing it. So, and then, you know, with the state statutes clearly say that we as school board members are responsible for the school district, the operations, the spending, and it is our duty to be, what's the word I'm looking for? Diligent, thank you, with taxpayer money, and this is a lot of money we're looking at spending, and we would not be probably getting another curriculum for quite a while. So I think
Most of these are 6-year
yeah.
purchases, which is about typical for a curriculum review process.
Right, so I think we should take the time, and I appreciate the time that you put in on this, I really do.
Well,
Can I share a concern? We went through a very lengthy process with teachers of establishing a rubric, going through the materials, consulting with people who are experts in their area of content and materials. I don't know how to replicate that for people who aren't necessarily involved in education. So I'm thinking about that as well, because, and I know I'm sounding a little bit desperate, I'm having some frustration at this moment, so I'm just letting you know, because we spent hours, and these teachers spent hours beyond their contracted day to make these decisions, and I'm feeling sad for them and their work. Because it feels like it feels a little like, and I understand your points, but I'm just going to be honest, it feels a little like it's not trusted. And I am not saying that your points aren't valid. I understand all of them. So I'm just sharing my feelings with you.
Could we, just 2 comments. This says, if the state 118.42, if the state superintendent determines that a school district has been in need of improvement. And so that sounds like a specific action that the superintendent would have to take. So this statute probably doesn't technically apply. But I'm not opposed to having us see the material. Could we maybe you come give us a presentation on it, like next week or something, instead of just waiting a whole month? That way we could move the process along. When we did Lucy Calkins, who came in? Nicole, and she talked to us for like just 2 hours on it before the board meeting, and not that we did a good job on that, but
I would feel much better with that than just.
But at least then we'd have looked at it a little bit or checked ed reports or something that we did a little. Because I do remember you came before us and said, hey, you had this whole big thing and you guys went over that whole process, and, you know, I remember that you were doing lots and lots of work on picking a new curriculum. So I don't even know, I wouldn't even be opposed. I don't know if it's allowed. If you could tell us about it now, tonight, to start. Or are you going to say, if we hear something about it now tonight, will that help us make our determination if we're postponing the motion? That sounds reasonable, right?
I don't feel comfortable doing that and hearing your concerns tonight. Like, I don't want to just like wing something to make amends to just have it happen tonight. But I have big concerns about waiting until July. There's no way the materials will be here in time. Shipping is at least 5 to 6 weeks for physical materials, and that includes some of the teacher manuals and resources that we would need for all of our students to access the curriculum and the resources. So
So maybe we have a special meeting for the curriculum review.
specifically for that.
Yeah, and I don't know if you could say, we page through it a little bit and say, well, this one we didn't like because this, I mean, we don't need to be experts, but,
Right.
some of it was in economics and some of it was AP US history, and I don't know if you want to bring Mr. Blood in and he would say, I love this, it's great, look, it goes all the way up to the year 2018 or something, I don't know. It's probably, I don't know when the old book ended, probably a long time ago, it's probably the same one we had in high school.
You talk about Lucy Calkins, and that's my biggest struggle. Amy, I'm not discrediting any amount of time that you and your staff put into this. I think the way you feel right now is the way I probably similar to how I felt too, looking at the agenda, because it's significant purchases. Like you shared, most of them are 6-year purchases. And I don't know anything about it. I don't know the process that went into it. And we talk about Lucy Calkins and we look at data about reading and literacy, and we still talk about that purchase mistake. And so for me, I'm like, I can't make any type of informed vote right now, because I can't validate a vote because I have nothing to go on. So I don't want to set you back. I like the idea. Can we do a special meeting? Can we do something? I just don't feel comfortable.
What do you think is reasonable? There's a bunch of curriculums. Can we do 1 hour on each one, or do we need 3 hours on each one? What do you want to hear?
I was hoping to at least have like, I don't know, I've never done a curriculum purchase. I was thinking that there was, hopefully the attachment was content of the curriculum and not the price. So obviously the price is important. I'm not minimizing that, but my focus was on the content areas of the curriculum we're purchasing. The board is focused on student achievement, and I can't even tell you like what went into this decision to purchase it. I trust you, but as a board member, I also don't know the content of a big purchase over the next 6 years.
Because it's hard for us to second guess, because obviously we're not subject matter experts.
Correct.
You know, that's the whole weird thing about being on the board. But
Nor am I like a high school social studies expert, or like Teal Mock is here tonight. He's hanging in there. He was part of the process and really helped with the team structure as well. So as far as like a 3-hour presentation on the resources, that's not realistic from the amount of information I have, but I can definitely go through the process with you more carefully, talk to you about the beliefs we created, all of the rubrics we created, why we chose the resources we chose to review, which were 3 to 5, depending on content. But this process was about teacher input, them verifying the shifts in the standards. And the reason why these were selected, which I had mentioned in an earlier meeting, was the fact that because of the shifts in the standards, they were having such a difficult time selecting their essential standards at the 6-12 social studies and science areas, because they had huge shifts within the last iteration of standards coming out from the state of Wisconsin. We do have an ELA purchase in here for the high school. I understand your concerns, and I hope that you saw, like, in our continuous improvement, like reflection on our resources in ELA next year. That's going to be like a critical lens of evaluating ELA as we go through it at the elementary level, because we're not satisfied either. But that can't be done. It has to have the teacher input as well, because we can't go through a process that doesn't solicit teacher input. So
Absolutely.
But board members also need to be able to answer the questions from the community and, and be able to back up our vote. I don't have enough information. I would like to see more information. I'm not saying that, the time that you guys put in was not worthy or well done or anything like that. I'm just saying, I think we need to have more information on what we're voting on before we move forward.
I hear that. So I'm ready to move forward with the next step. I think there is some upcoming meetings that you already have. If we could schedule something previous to that, I would be happy to have something prepared in regards to each of the content areas.
Amy, when I went onto the websites to try to look at samples, there was login information. Can we even just get that login information?
Yep, I have teacher login samples for,
Maybe give that ahead of time.
Yeah, that'd be great. Good idea.
Because I assume you want to make sure it's not something like written by the 1619 project or something. You just sort of middle of the road politicking history, not super right or super left. Right?
I think that it would be appropriate for me to have an idea of what the content is regardless of the subject. I also think that we just had a strong discussion on a position that was $40,000 and now we're looking at curriculum for 70. But we have, so I respect the process and I think the process should include some content.
And to be honest, Amy, my biggest problem is this was dropped on us after Danny and I met with the superintendent for an hour and a half going over this agenda.
I don't understand why that was though, so I apologize for that.
And it's not your problem, and that's why I apologized to you before I even started to talk. Because we needed this information 2 weeks ago.
I think 2 weeks ago, Amy said we're coming with these
And we haven't
proposals.
seen it till Friday.
I guess I was
Right.
thinking that we would have got some kind of information saying, an example or,
What-
something like that to review.
I'm not arguing that it would be nice to look at, have Amy make a presentation on what the materials are going to be here. I think they put a lot of work into this, and
I'm sure they did.
I trust Amy that they have vetted this, and also the teachers, the teachers hopefully know their content area and have looked at this.
And I think it would be wonderful if at least one teacher who is part of this curriculum would be part of the presentation to us, just to give us their input on why this was chosen.
I just jotted that down before you said that, actually.
I mean,
Yeah.
I just don't have enough information, and this is huge. This is a huge amount of money, and we haven't been told, is this ESSER funds?
Yeah, that was part of my
Because that's what I've been
initial
asking.
intro to all the information.
And that's what I've been asking for, is to have ESSER funds pay for curriculum.
Yep.
Because then we're making an investment in the future when the ESSER funds run out. So I'm glad to hear that. But I still would like a presentation. So I don't know how to change my motion on the postpone, because we are postponing it. If we postpone it to a special meeting, that's fine with me. If we postpone it to June 28th, although that's going to be a long meeting too, so I think we need a special meeting.
Yeah.
If I looked at the calendar, was there, if I can just offer a potential solution, a day with, you had mentioned meeting with Dean Dietrich?
He's going to meet with us on the 23rd for 1 hour.
So if we had like an hour ahead of that or after
I
that?
don't know what time is Dean.
6 o'clock. It would be after if we did that.
Are you saying that you're gonna cover all of the curriculums in 1 hour?
Well, I have some questions, to be honest with you, of what you would like to see, because I could show you samples of all the things we reviewed, or just the ones that we're hopefully moving forward with. I don't think it would take more than an hour and a half, honestly, to go through, because we use the same process for all of them, same scoring criteria. And as far as the logins, I can get those to you well in advance. The physical materials I'll have to wrangle up somehow at the high school and the middle school, because they were dispersed to all the teachers, but who are not here, so I'm not sure where all those
I
things
think,
are.
I don't know about you guys, it'd be interesting to hear, we picked this one. Our second
why?
choice was this.
And
We
why?
didn't- just why,
And
just
why?
one other choice that you looked at, the second best
have
one, you
all of
say,
those
why
notes.
didn't you pick? Because you went through it and you didn't got to give us all the reasons, but just a couple,
Right.
I have no idea, but something.
So Amy, when you give that login information, what will the board see in that
What a teacher would
website?
see.
What the teacher sees? So
Which
they would have
includes-
access to some of the material that's in the books, correct?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it does vary by publisher, what they give you access to.
Okay.
It's,
Because that would be the key for that meeting, to have the board members to look in that information prior to coming.
Yeah.
And if they would have questions, they can also email those questions to you prior to, so you can cover that in that hour and a half meeting, correct?
So, Dave, are we both hypocrites? Because I surprised you with the video and you surprised them with a motion, and we just had our board development last week saying we weren't going to do surprises anymore.
I wasn't there.
I actually thought
I was
to myself,
sick.
Dave
I
is
didn't
not
show.
there, so he's in the clear.
So what we need to do for parliamentary procedures, Dave would need to, or somebody would have to amend Dave's
revise-
motion that's on
I'll
the.
revise my motion.
Okay, Dave's going to revise his motion on the floor to state,
Motion on the floor until
As he's-
Okay, I moved to postpone the motion on the floor until the June 23rd special meeting of the USDA School District.
okay, so the motion was made by Dave, and who seconded that motion?
Second.
You seconded it before?
Oh, before? I don't even remember. No, you might have done that.
Mary Kay, who seconded that in the?
Had Jill on that.
Okay. Jill, do you continue to second that motion that's been revised by Dave?
Yes.
Okay, now the discussion is around having Amy to come back with a presentation to answer questions and then also give us login information for the curriculum purchase. And then she'll come on the 23rd, and right after Dean Dietrich's presentation, then we'll move into curriculum.
My
Yes.
understanding was yes.
Yes.
H, what?
Well,
Item 8.
what we have to do is each one independently. Yeah, absolutely.
Is our objective to be that we would review this stuff on the 23rd and then approve or not approve them?
That's where I was going after my sip of water, was that night we would also take action, Mary Kay, on that, in that meeting on the 23rd, on these items. So after the presentation on the 23rd, action will be taken on that, the curriculum purchase.
Will we make that an open meeting then?
It would have to be an open meeting. It's open anyway with Dean. He wants an open meeting. Yes, yes, ma'am.
Those will be two separate meetings, though, correct?
No, we can put them all together. Item, new business with Dean, and then action items with the curriculum. It can all be one meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Amy, would that give you enough time for purchasing?
I will make the
He's-
time.
No, the for shipping. Sorry, I know
For the
you will.
shipping.
I don't have
Oh.
any doubt about that. I like the confidence.
I do have the confidence I'll get it done. Well, when I talked to the reps, they said digital things are within 48 hours of receiving the purchase orders, but at least 5 to 6 weeks. But we've been experiencing a lot of shipping delays for various reasons, so that's and we have some August days planned with teachers to review the materials like in teams, and so.
So Friday, the 24th, you can,
And I just want to apologize, like this is my first time.
you're okay, Amy. You did fine.
You're
Don't worry about it.
We appreciate all the hard work you put in on.
You do a great job.
Thank you.
I probably don't tell you enough, but you do a great job. Mary Kay, give her a hug, please. I can't.
Tired. It's 11 o'clock.
You have the horrible bad luck of having to have us buy
So-
something after we bought Lucy Watkins.
So the motion on the floor is to,
I move to postpone the motion
need to
on the
have-
floor until the June 23rd special meeting of the USDA School District.
But all these, can we do them all in one motion?
no, they have to be individual. Yeah, because they're individual motions.
They're individual, and I'm going to have to do it 6 times.
Okay.
Second. Do we need a second at this?
If it's
Motion was
voted
made and
for.
seconded. Mary Kay, roll call vote, please.
Maddox Nelson,
Yes.
Matt Miller,
Yes.
Mary,
Yes.
Schreiber,
Yes.
Schrader,
Yes.
Bardo,
Yes.
Borneman,
Yes.
Hyatt,
Yes. Motion carries. The postponement of the consideration to approve the curriculum purchase. Letter D, consideration to approve Antigo High School Social Studies curriculum purchase. Looking for a motion.
Move the board approve the Antigo High School Social Studies curriculum purchase as presented.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded.
I move
Discussion.
to postpone the motion on the floor until the June 23rd special meeting of the USDA School District.
Second.
Motion has been, a subsidiary motion has been made and seconded. Any discussion?
You can probably do a roll call.
I'm gonna,
Since it was an I know.
I'm gonna ask Mary Kay, can we do a voice vote on this? Thanks. All in favor of passing this motion, let me know by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Then the motion carries. Item E, consideration to approve Antigo Middle School Science Curriculum purchase. Looking for a motion.
Move the board approve the Antigo Middle School Science curriculum as presented.
Motion's been made,
Second.
seconded.
I make a subsidiary motion. I move to postpone the motion on the floor until the June 23rd special meeting of the USDA School District.
Second.
Subsidiary motion has been made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. Mary Kay, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Then it's carried. Letter F, consideration to approve high school science curriculum purchase. Looking for a motion.
I move the board approve the Antigo High School Science curriculum as presented.
Motion's been made.
Second.
Second.
I move to postpone the motion on the floor until the June 23rd special meeting of the USDA School District.
Second.
Subsidiary motion has been made and seconded. All in favor, any discussion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. And then it carries. Letter G, consideration to approve Antigo High School English Language Arts curriculum.
I move the board approve the Antigo High School English Language Arts curriculum as presented.
Motion's been made.
Second.
Second. Discussion.
I move to postpone the motion on the floor until the June 23rd special meeting of the USDA School District.
Subsidiary motion has been made
Second.
and second. Any discussion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. And then it's carried. Letter H, consideration to approve full access 7 Mindsets online portal. Looking for a motion.
I move the board approve the purchase of full access 7 Minutes online portal for the 2022-23 school year in the amount of $41,000.
Motion's been made
Second.
and second.
I move to postpone the motion on the floor until the June 23rd special meeting of the USDA School District.
I just want to clarify, Heidi will be presenting that, not Amy. The pressure's off Amy.
Second.
Motion's been made and second. All in favor of the subsidiary motion that's been made, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Then it's carried. Letter I, consideration to approve purchase of a Haas ST 10 CNC Lathe using funds from the Fast Forward Equipment Grant. Motion, please.
I move the board approve the purchase of a Haas ST 10 CNC Lathe using funds from the Fast Forward Equipment Grant in the amount of $55,922.25.
Motion has been made.
Second.
Seconded by, any discussion? No discussion? Any questions? Tim, you did a great job presenting. Mary Kay, roll call vote, please.
Mary,
Yes.
Shriver,
Yes.
Schrader,
Yes.
Bardo,
Yes.
Borneman,
Yes.
Maddock Nelson,
Yes.
Matt Miller,
Yes.
Hyatt,
Yes. And the motion carries. Letter J, consideration to approve overnight travel. Looking for a motion.
I move the board approve the FFA officers overnight stay at Neboken School Forest on June 19th through the 21st, 2022 for officer training.
Second.
Motion's been made and second. Any discussion? All in favor of approving this overnight stay, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Then it's carried. Letter K, report of employee resignations and retirements. Looking for a motion.
I move the board accept the retirements of Ann Anderson, fourth grade teacher, and the following resignations. Natalie Roscoe, West Elementary 4K teacher. Rachel Carney, middle school instructional assistant. Jonathan Decker, West Elementary third grade teacher. Aaron Husnick, high school physical education teacher. Amanda Oper, high school family and consumer education teacher, and Christopher Robinson, middle school associate principal.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and second. Any discussion?
Tim, how many positions do we have to fill now?
Dave, I don't know that off the top of my head.
25?
I don't have a good answer for you tonight. I can get it to you tomorrow.
Okay.
This makes 36 retirements or resignations since January 1st of this year.
36
36 from January,
retirements and resignations.
from just the last 6 months.
We've had years with more.
But it doesn't necessarily, I don't know if there's a discussion for it yet, sorry. Was there?
Any other discussion? All in favor of accepting the report of the employee resignations and retirements, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Then it carries. Item L, report of new hires. Looking for a motion.
Move the board approve the following new hires. Danielle Huntington, fourth grade teacher. Chelsea Racine, cross categorical West Elementary. Hunter Williams, custodian, and Lance Hitz, head custodian.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded for the new hires coming in. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, Mary Kay, roll call vote, please.
Yes.
Bardo,
Yes.
Borneman,
Yes.
Maddox Nelson,
Yes.
Matt Miller,
Yes.
Mary,
Yes.
Hyatt,
Yes. Okay, confirming next meeting, Committee of the Whole will be Monday, August the 8th, 2022, 7 p.m. in the Antigo High School Media Tech Room. The 21st is our strategic planning meeting here at the IMC. Refreshments at 5 p.m.
yes.
and the meeting starts at 6.
Is everyone planning on going?
So get 2 meetings next week.
Yes. The 21st is the strategic meeting, planning meeting, and the 23rd is Dean Dietrich. I will also, please make note that at our June 28th meeting, board members, please wear the wonderful shirts that Mary Kay has given to all of you, so that way she can get a mug shot of all of us for the Facebook, I don't know,
Website.
whatever, website, yes, thank you. A little bit of everything. So wear your shirts on the 28th so everybody can get our picture. Looking for a motion to adjourn?
Make the motion to adjourn.
Motion's been made,
Second.
seconded. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I think
Turn the lights off.
Hour, I don't know.